This is the beginning of the story of a man who got reincarnated as a willow tree. Reborn as a willow tree, he has also embarked on the path of infinite evolution. Is this spiritual power divine or a curse? Well, let's find out. Normally, I would root for the MC, but this is very grounded. I'm sorry if these jokes come across as a bit wooden. See what I did there? On a moonlight night, a man named Yu is reborn in the depths of a canyon in the middle of nowhere. His divine rebirth shines bright and attracts creatures of the forest. What's expected to be an overpowered isekai hero from Yu is actually reincarnated as a tree. Once Ziyu gains consciousness, he pops up as a slime-like head on his trunk area and gasps for air as he felt like choking. Ziyu doesn't recognize the place and wonders why he's not in the house and why he's in the middle of the wilderness. He sees a bee buzzing in front of him and mistook his branches for his hair, calling it thick with leaves. He starts to believe that he must be in some sort of weird dream, and that if he continues to sleep, he will soon wake up from his nightmare. So Ziyu tries to sleep minute after minute, but nothing happens. Ziyu loses his patience and goes crazy. This must be some sick joke because there's no way that he has become a tree all of a sudden. Ziyu tries to recollect what happened before this unusual event and remembers that he only drank water, and then he stops for a moment as he realizes that he choked to death while taking a sip of water. He realizes why he felt like getting choked a few moments ago. Ziyu calls out to God and asks why he gets reincarnated as a tree out of all things. Because the stereotype of an isekai hero is that they will become cool and have a harem full of catwomen. But the gods of isekai must have gotten bored by the cliche overpoweredness and chose to make Ziyu a joke. Since his death was a joke too, so naturally reincarnation must be the after part of the silly joke. Ziyu looks up with tears in his imaginary eyes, wondering what he did wrong and if there is any way to go back from being a tree. Ziyu doesn't get any answers from the heavens, so he tries to look for any positive sides of being a tree. He notes that he has an all-round vision when he doesn't even have any eyes. Ziyu sees that he is under a huge canyon that looks like it's more than 100 meters. He starts to feel trapped in between two mountains, but keeps on looking if he has any other special abilities than being a nerveless tree. He senses a smell. More like he starts to feel the smell, so he starts to believe that all the other trees must have vision and a sense of smell just like him. But his ideology changes once again as he notices that he can move one of his branches out of the 50 branches that he has. He puts his best efforts to move any other branches, but gives up eventually. Ziyu's imaginary legs get numb after sitting for a long time, implying that he's getting bored. He suddenly hears a monster's howl and realizes how helpless he is as a tree. Even a woodpecker could kill him. It's not a monster's howl, but a plane that is flying over him. Ziyu realizes that he must have been reincarnated in the same era as he was in his previous life. Ziyu kills 2 bees in frustration, and a screen pops up showing his stats. He finds out that he is a mutated tree, which explains how he can move his branches, and he can use evolution points to level up his mutation. Ziyu calculates everything and realizes that he can get evolution points by killing and getting sunlight. He strengthens his branches using evolution points and screams with joy as he has found the cheat code he needed so badly. So Ziyu starts to farm experience points for evolution points. Fast forward 2 weeks later, Ziyu has become super strong. He tests out his new ability that combines all of his branches together and acts like a drill. His attack doesn't reach the rock nearby, but the wave from it shatters the rock. Ziyu summarizes what he's achieved throughout these 2 weeks. He's growing continuously, and one day he wishes to become the world tree. Ziyu feels awesome as he doesn't need to study and doesn't have any work to do. He automatically gains energy from sunlight using photosynthesis, and he doesn't have to do anything but sit idly. Ziyu starts believing that this must be the path to becoming a god. His happiness is interrupted by some nestle chirping. He remembers that a few days ago, he broke a few branches over him as those were blocking sunlight. One of those few branches had a bird's nest and it fell on top of him. The baby birds are peregrine falcons, ferocious beasts who are twice faster than leopards. But that's not the only reason why Ziyu is not meddling with the nest. He also has an ulterior motive. Over time, Ziyu has perceived that this world is different from his past life's world and is filled with mutated air. Ziyu has also realized that he lacks aerial battle experience. That's why he has given shelter to the nestlings to tame them, so that they can help him get extra power when needed. Ziyu has come to the conclusion that there is no going back, so he must do his best to survive no matter what dangers are ahead of him. Even if it's the tempest wolves, gigantic ants, a spider queen, a titan snake, or literally King Kong. Ziyu hunts rabbits and feeds them to nestlings, and after going through the same cycle for some time, he finally collects one evolution point. Ziyu has already upgraded his branches, so it's time to strengthen his roots. Then lastly, the trunk where his consciousness head is. Strengthening the tree root needed 10 times the evolution points, which implied that this part is much more important. Ziyu uses the evolution points hastily and wonders if he can finally travel the world freely now after mutating his roots. The ground starts to shake and he starts screaming in agony. Ziyu doesn't understand why he is feeling such excruciating pain in his veins and begs for it to stop. The pain stops eventually, giving him the result of a movable reddish root. Now that Ziyu is able to move his branches and roots, he tries to move himself up from the ground. But at that very moment, Ziyu tries to step up. His plant balls, the trunk, get almost torn in half. Forget about running, he cannot even get himself to move anymore. Ziyu realizes that his trunk is sensitive like a human's heart, and he must do everything to protect it. So he strengthens up his roots with all of the remaining evolution points to guard the trunk. After all that, Ziyu has no more points left and he needs to obtain more once again. Months of gaining experience going away for a crotch guard. Suddenly, Ziyu's senses kick in. Ziyu activates his battle mode as he realizes something dangerous is coming near. Ziyu is literally prepared for war, however there's no dangerous enemy incoming, but a wounded half-dead fox. Ziyu concludes that the fox is poison after investigating its wounds, and thinks to himself if he can get any evolution points from the fox. Before even thinking about the possibility of saving the fox, Ziyu's system screen pops up, noting Ziyu's latest ability to detoxify and heal. But after using this healing ability, the branch will lose its strengthening effect and will regress back to its normal state. Ziyu tests out his new skill, even when it's going to make his branch unusable again. He wants to cure the fox anyway, and he decides to kill it afterwards for evolution points and food for the peregrine falcons. Ziyu brags about how smart he is, and then gives the healing fluid to the fox. His system detects the fox being poisoned and informs that the poison is treatable. It starts curing the poison and stops the wounds bleeding too. Moments later, the system informs that the fox is recovering, and its energy is also regaining. Ziyu watches in awe and starts to feel like he is an actual doctor. The healing process ends quickly as the fox gets back on his feet. Its eyes and entire body starts glowing green. Ziyu doesn't waste a moment and decides to kill the fox for evolution points. He launches an attack, but the fox's adorably cute and charming face melts Ziyu's heart. The fox even starts rubbing against Ziyu, making him all flustered. Ziyu reconsiders his options and decides to spare the fox. He can't bear to stand how cute the fox is and starts rubbing the fox, putting everything aside. They have a moment together. Ziyu holds the fox in his arms and admires the fox's crystal-like eyes and soft fur. The happy fox suddenly starts shining very brightly. The system pops up again, explaining that the fox is evolving after consuming Ziyu's branch liquid. While Ziyu is still confused about the evolving part, the red fox turns into a mutated red fox with its new special ability called Charm Eyes. The fox has become twice as big as before, and its fur has turned into a flamish color. Ziyu asks the system what a level or rank is after seeing the fox's level. Then he opens up his own status bar, seeing that he is at the beginner stage 9. Ziyu doesn't know how the system has a level rating, now that he feels a bit relieved that he is at least 5 levels stronger than the red fox. It seems that his branch fluid can not only heal wounds, but also speed up any creature's evolution. After leveling up himself, Ziyu can now see his own level, but most importantly, he is now able to know the gap between himself and his enemy. Ziyu wonders if there's a super rank or final rank, or even some sort of immortal rank. Ziyu feels like his life as a tree has already started to progress towards divinity. In this isekai world, Ziyu loses himself in his thoughts, wondering if he is a tree or a human in this world. Or maybe he's a new species called a tree human. Thinking about humans, Ziyu asks why the fox came running this way in the first place. He assumes that the fox was hunted by humans since its fur looks to be worth a lot, and also the wound on its body earlier looked to be an arrow wound. Ziyu thinks again about what would happen if he had to interact with any humans in this world. He hasn't prepared himself to do so yet, and if any evil humans find him, they might treat him as a demon tree and most probably exorcise him. So before he is strong enough, he has to be low-key. The red fox's instinct catches a threat nearby, and he goes to see what's up. Ziyu peeks beyond the bushes and sees two beautiful women approaching with a fruit basket and a water bucket in their hands. The two women approach the tree, calling it Papa, and tell it that they are here to see it. They offer their fruits and holy water to the tree and start praying. Ziyu realizes that these two girls' fathers must be buried underneath him. The two women end their prayer quickly and take off to take a bath together in the small lake nearby. Ziyu overhears the two sisters giggling in the lake and tries his best to take a peek like a creepy old man. But a tree comes to the rescue and blocks Ziyu's view. His own kind has become his biggest enemy. Ziyu tries his best to slightly change his position, but his unmutated trunk does not let him move a muscle. Ziyu gives up finally, and moments later the girls also take leave from the place, promising that they will come here again to see their Papa. Without knowing what hidden dangers are coming, Ziyu passes the entire week peacefully under the canyon. His tamed peregrine falcons have mutated to beginner stage 3 and are somewhat ready for a real battle. A mutated golden eagle, which is a medium-level dangerous creature, approaches the falcons for battle. The red wolf interjects the fights and bites the golden eagle to save the falcons. But the fox is defeated by the eagle's ferocious claws easily. Ziyu finally steps up to save his pets and defeats the eagle with one killer blow. He has saved up 70 evolution points now within these weeks and is carrying on the same cycle. After feeding his life essence to the peregrine falcons, their growth has been much faster. Ziyu commends the falcons and the red fox for their bravery and thanks them for always staying beside him. The golden eagle was wandering around the sky this entire week trying to sneak attack Ziyu. But even after all the calculation, Ziyu has killed the bird. He realizes that he should stop attracting unnecessary attention and decides to conceal his aura. If the golden eagle can be so troublesome, Ziyu cannot imagine how painful it will be to take on a creature of a similar level to Ziyu himself. He must become stronger again. Ziyu is certain that there are creatures in this canyon that can kill him, so cannot afford to be careless anymore. Ziyu tells his underlings that they must also become stronger before using his 70 evolution points to become even stronger. Currently, Ziyu's 8 peregrine falcons have reached beginner level stage 3, and the red fox is stage 4. Ziyu looks forward to what they will look like after they enter the next stage. Before evolving himself, Ziyu feeds them his branch fluid for working hard earlier. The branch fluid is actually Ziyu's life essence that can speed up a creature's evolution. While they are being fed, the ground starts trembling heavily and a sudden attack gravely injures Ziyu. One of his roots gets destroyed, including several branches. The system keeps showing the warning signs, but Ziyu has no time to talk with the system because in front of him stands a Titan War Axe snake. The Titan snake easily snaps off Ziyu's 26 branches. Ziyu wonders if he can defeat the Godzilla-sized monster with only 24 branches left. Ziyu became too careless and couldn't sense the snake coming toward him. But it's not that. The Titan snake can actually hide its aura. Ziyu screams to the system for the Titan snake's attributes. The system shows that it's a War Axe snake, which is at the beginner stage 9, the same level as Ziyu. One of his talents is the ability to perfectly hide its aura. Then there comes the special skill, a strong fang blade that can perfectly penetrate even a steel plate. Lastly, the War Axe. The War Axe is like an axe, which is any plant's arch nemesis. This has become truly troublesome for Ziyu. Ziyu wonders why a creature with such counter abilities has approached him out of nowhere. The red fox roars loudly after remembering that it was wounded by the snake's fangs and not humans. The snake doesn't seem to even care what's growling loudly at it. The snake rips off a big branch of Ziyu and takes a bite of it. The snake starts shaking violently, as if it had tasted something marvelous. Ziyu orders the falcons and the red fox to hide behind him and directly attacks the snake without any strategy. He strikes, but the snake is unscathed. Ziyu is still determined, however, and has confidence that he can defeat the snake in close combat. The two trade slashes after slashes. Eventually, Ziyu manages to grab a hold of the snake's head using all of his roots, and in the meantime, he strengthens all of the roots as well. After strengthening all 9 roots using his saved-up evolution points, he holds the snake tightly and aims for its belly. Ziyu launches his drill attack, but it fails to penetrate the skin and only creates a small crack. Ziyu wonders what's wrong as they are on the same level, so if the snake can cut through him, he should be able to do so too. The snake coughs up a bit of blood and looks to be tired. Ziyu realizes this is not the moment to show any fear and that he needs to release a strong killing intent to lure the war axe snake away. He does his best to do so, but the snake doesn't get scared at all. Rather, it becomes distracted by another thing and goes away. Ziyu is relieved anyway because he was almost at death's door. Ziyu believes that he is the one that scared off the Titan snake and regrets letting it escape alive, as it will definitely be a threat in the future. Ziyu blames all of it on himself and keeps calling himself weak. However, it's hard to become strong in a short time. The war axe snake will definitely become strong as he has eaten Ziyu's life essence. If he does nothing and waits, then he will die surely. Ziyu's own core is about to shatter because he forcefully mutated all of his roots earlier. Suddenly, Ziyu hears a ding sound. It's the system for Ziyu's rescue. The system informs Ziyu that he can upgrade himself to the next rank evolution. With only 10 evolution points, the system asks Ziyu if he wishes to evolve or not as the chapter comes to an end. Ziyu doesn't want to be weak anymore, and definitely doesn't want to face a situation like that again. So he presses the yes button on the screen before his evolution starts commencing. Ziyu, the willow tree, evolves, continues to evolve non-stop, and breaks every limit to become stronger, to survive in this world where power triumphs. Heavy divine winds surround the tree. The red fox holds onto the ground somehow, waiting desperately to see its master's new form. Ziyu finally evolves into his new form. His level increases from beginner to rank 1. All of his cut-off branches have grown back, and his body has become twice the size of before. Even the red fox and the falcons are affected by the light from the evolution, as they have also leveled up. The red fox has reached beginner stage 7, and the 8 peregrine falcons have reached stage 5. Ziyu realizes that these changes have also affected his pupils. Ziyu orders all 8 of the falcons to see where the war axe snake went off to. The falcons leave instantly, making Ziyu wonderstruck. Because the falcon's speed is similar to a speeding bullet, Ziyu confidently says that his falcons can now easily pierce through golden eagles or similar types of creatures. He looks to the other side and sees a much more prideful-looking red fox whose fur looks to be in flames. Ziyu feels that his body energy is spreading out. His plan to make his tamed creature strong is now a success, so he checks his status panel as his skill and attributes should have increased. Before he can check his stats, the 2 sisters come rushing this way calling for help, and behind them are hundreds of ferocious animals chasing after them. Ziyu easily understands that these animals are not attracted to the girls, rather they are coming this way because of the evolution of light. The spreading light has lured them this way. Ziyu is like a magic spirit pill to every creature. The same goes for the golden eagle and the war axe snake too. However, just because Ziyu is a spirit pill doesn't mean that anyone has the right to try and eat him. So he prepares for war. Meanwhile, the red fox saves the 2 girls from a hippo, but they are even more terrified seeing the demon-looking fox. The 2 sisters realize that the fox and the falcons have come to save them from these animals. They begin to feel like they are in an animal world war. But the red fox and the falcon's play has ended here, because it's time for Ziyu to show off his newly attained overpowered skills. A wild hippopotamus rushes towards Ziyu for a taste of his essence. But before it can reach Ziyu, spiky roots emerge from the ground and pierce through the mutated hippo. Just like that, Ziyu kills mutated rhinoceroses, wild boars, giraffes, and even rats in mere seconds. A single bat manages to escape his surprise attack. Ziyu praises the tiny creature for its dodging abilities. But all that too was in vain. Get it? Because Ziyu uses his veins to kill the bat. Already he has accumulated 100 evolution points in less than a minute. Ziyu then attacks a wild bison, but it's able to block Ziyu's attack. Ziyu recognizes the bison's strength and makes a plan to tame the strong ones to grow his army even more. He uses his roots to bind several animals like a wolf, a monkey, a crane, and a bison. After successfully capturing them alive, Ziyu kills the rest of the attackers in the blink of an eye. He thinks about what to do with the sisters while still holding on to the captured beasts. The sisters have already fainted after watching their father's tomb tree being a potential monster. So Ziyu doesn't have many choices to consider. If he lets them live and leave unharmed, his secrets will be public soon. However, if he kills them, he will become a murderer and also a demon tree. Furthermore, once the villagers discover that there are 2 people missing, they will surely put in a search crew, and it would attract more unnecessary attention. In the worst scenario, Ziyu will be captured by soldiers and put in a zoo. Ziyu imagines what that would look like. People with kids will come to the zoo to see the ugly moving tree and mock it. Ziyu doesn't want any of these scenarios to be true, so he has only one choice left. In the middle of the night, the sisters regain their consciousness. In front of them stands the demonic tree, which scares the bejesus out of them. Ziyu calmly reaches one of his branches towards them and writes some words on the ground. He basically lies, saying that he is their dead father. Hearing this, the sisters react as if their souls have left their bodies. Ziyu should have known that such a blunt lie wouldn't work against humans, because one of the sisters asks for their name and the biggest secret to prove his claims. Well, Ziyu has a cheat code to begin with. He silently asks his system for the girl's information, and it shows that her name is He Xiao Ling, and that she likes her neighbor, Nui. The other sister's name is He Xiao Qing, and she skips school to work, to get money to take care of her grandfather and Xiao Ling. Ziyu now has all the answers, and he confidently writes that Xiao Ling's crush is Nui. It makes her blush, and she finally starts believing that the willow tree maybe is their father after all. Ziyu remembers that he had made a pair of hairpins some time ago because he felt bored. So he gives the pair of hairpins to the sisters as cherry on the cake. Xiao Qing remembers what her father said on his deathbed. He apologized to her and requested Xiao Qing to take care of her grandfather and Xiao Ling. Ziyu starts to feel a weird sensation all of a sudden. These girls' father is buried under his roots. Maybe it is fate. Maybe unknowingly their father's spirit soul has fused with Ziyu as he starts to unknowingly caress their heads. The girls break into tears. Ling and Qing sit together with the willow tree. Qing explains how weird these past 2 months have been. According to her, an airplane was attacked by a horde of crows a month ago. And after the crows went away, nothing was left on the plane. The people spotted a black shadow in the seas, which they have reportedly devoured an entire cruise ship. Experts believe that an unusual structure in the air is mutating all the living things around the world. A spiritual energy in the east and magical energy in the west. Qing thought the news was fake, but now she has started to believe in them. She gets up with a smile and goes to the captured beasts to offer them some food. The captured beasts act obediently because of the red fox and eat the food silently. Ziyu notices that the crane and the monkey are acting aggressively, but the bison is unusually calm. Ziyu doesn't have time to think of trivial matters. His first priority is to check his stats. He sees that he has unlocked many meta-passive talents, so it's time for some enhancement. Ziyu has accumulated nearly 150 evolution points. He eagerly wishes to use all of it to upgrade his new abilities. He has unlocked 2 new abilities called Dense Fog Barrier and Hallucinogenic. The Dense Fog Barrier spreads a dense fog throughout the user's surroundings, and Hallucinogenic enhances the dense fog barrier, giving it an illusion effect to confuse any creature's senses. Ziyu believes both of the abilities to be great defensively and uses his evolution points to activate them. Ziyu's 2 new abilities surround the entire area with dense fog, making it easier for him to live peacefully for a while. Although Ziyu has reached rank 1, he wants to achieve greater feats to find the War Axe snake one day to take revenge. But he doesn't want to lure stronger enemies at the same time, so he has to bear with it for now. Therefore, Ziyu's plan is to inspect his surroundings to see if there are any potential threats left, and when it comes time, he will be catastrophic for the War Axe snake. Moving on, Qing and the red fox are completely lost in the fog, even when they are just 5 meters away from Ziyu. Ziyu calls them to him and realizes that the dense fog has larger effects the closest it is to him. Ziyu tells the Red Fox to send the two sisters back to the village as it's getting late. Before they take their leave, Ziyu warns the two girls not to tell anyone about him, especially since he is their father. The Red Fox carries the two sisters on his back and swiftly heads on their way to the village. Qing and Ling feel that this is the greatest day of their life. Being chased by a group of ferocious beasts, getting their father back, riding on a large fox, flying around the fox, what an adventure! On the other hand, Ziyu is still busy upgrading his stats. He strengthens his branches and roots and upgrades his two new abilities, Dense Fog Barrier and Hallucinogenic. Lastly, Ziyu wants to upgrade his Life Force talent, which is a strong regeneration ability, but he has no evolution points left. After all that, Ziyu begins to feel endless spiritual energy flowing into him from 100 meters beneath him. One of his upgraded roots has seemingly reached an underground spiritual river, which is giving him endless energy. So Ziyu quickly puts all the rest of his roots underground where the spiritual river is. The next morning, the Falcons return to Ziyu, saying that they have failed to track the War Axe snake. Ziyu tells them to continue their search because he wants his revenge. The two sisters also return alongside the Red Fox. The two girls' charm helps quiet down the captured beasts, and they surprisingly turn friendly around them. Ziyu never thought that these two girls would get along with all these mutated monsters. It's quite natural because humans are the only species to have the ability to tame wild animals. It seems that the only exception is Ziyu, because he's a tree. Ziyu finally begins to feel that he should rest a little, but hiding in the grounds is the War Axe snake waiting to attack its prey. The story shows us a beautiful village near the forest and mountains. As Qing and Ling hurry out of the village, their grandpa tells them to be safe out there. It's the first time after his son's death that the old man has seen his two granddaughters laughing like this. He feels relieved seeing the two girls smiling like that, but wonders why they must go to the mountains every day. It's already been a half-month since Ziyu activated his fog barrier. The two sisters have a better bond with everyone in Ziyu's group than with Ziyu himself. The Red Fox picks up both girls every morning in order to help them get to the place where Ziyu is. Likewise, the Red Fox has also come today to pick up the girls. Qing thanks the fox for coming and gives it a big hug. The girls have brought a gift for Ziyu this time. They have brought fertilizer for Ziyu. Ling woke up early in the morning today to collect the fertilizer from the toilet. She puts on an evil smile and says that this one is her grandpa's essence. She believes that this fertilizer will help Ziyu grow greener leaves. Moving on from that sick joke, the weather has become awfully cloudy, as they are wondering what's causing this ominous atmosphere. The War Axe snake shows up in front of them. It ferociously attacks the group. The girls scream for help, but to no avail. In the bloodied sight, Qing screams to Ling to run away and never look back. Meanwhile, Ziyu is busy farming evolution points. He lures some mutated hornets and kills them, then upgrades his roots again. His vines have grown 10 times larger and have turned darker with spikes all over them. Ziyu tests out his skills and clean swipes the entire area. After getting loads of evolution points, Ziyu starts feeling like a rich man. The captured beasts growl for food, which the Red Fox was supposed to bring. That makes Ziyu concerned as to why the girls have not yet returned with the fox. It's getting dark, but the girls haven't returned yet. Ziyu becomes worried and orders the Falcons to scout the area to find their whereabouts. Right at that very moment, the Red Fox comes to Ziyu all bruised up. Ziyu quickly uses his life essence to heal the fox and asks why only he came back, and where are the girls? He sees the War Axe snake standing in the distance with Qing pierced in its fangs. The snake laughs fanatically and proceeds to eat Qing. Ziyu becomes enraged, uses his full power to snatch away Qing from the snake, and pierces through its body. He takes back Qing from the snake, but she looks to be dead already. Even though the War Axe snake has become stronger after devouring Ziyu's branches previously, it realizes that it cannot take Ziyu's head this time. So it retreats again from battle. Ziyu sees the lifeless body of Qing in front of him and keeps using his life essence. But the system shows that there are no effects. He still continues to give his life essence, but nothing happens. He tries again and again and again and again and again and again and again until all of his evolution points come down to 0. Still, nothing happens because she has already left this world. In the meantime, Ling seems to have been brought back to the village by forest scouts. The village doctor tries his best to remove the venom from Ling's body, but it has already spread throughout her entire body. So, even if she survives, she will become mentally and physically disabled. The village search party also comes back with no clue where Qing is and assumes that she must be eaten by the same beast who attacked Ling. Hearing this possibility, the two sisters' grandfather, who is also the village chief, just stands there silently with no reaction. One of Ziyu's falcons eavesdrops on the villagers' conversation and brings back the bad news to Ziyu. Upon hearing what a sorry state Ling is in, rage and fury take over Ziyu. He promises to bring the same fate to the war axe snake as it did to Qing and Ling. Ziyu's underlings also shared a bond with the sisters, and they are furious for revenge. What does fate have in store for Ziyu? The hunt for the Titan war axe snake begins. We now get into the other side of the story. 17 planes have crashed in the last 6 months near an archipelago, which is a sea or stretch of water with many islands. As for ships, more than 20 have been sunk mysteriously. Until recently, it was revealed that a mutated group of crows was responsible for these unfortunate incidents, as were unnamed mutated sea beasts. The sea beasts sank the ships, and the mutated crows devoured the airplanes from the inside out. As these mutations grew stronger, these mutated beasts will want to dominate more territory. Because of these mutated beasts, the Peng Lake area has turned into a death zone. In a government surveillance headquarters, a subordinate officer informs the higher-ups that they have discovered more mutated beast invasions, with more catastrophic incidents. She breaks the bad news that the spiritual demon energy that's causing these creatures to mutate has started to rise excessively. One of the higher-up officers with gray hair orders right away that people mark out and restrict the areas where spiritual energy has risen over 5,000. The calculations of spiritual energy work very similarly to those of humans. For example, 1,000 watts of spiritual energy are similar to a military soldier holding a firearm. As a result, any creature with more than 5,000 spiritual energy can easily take on, even evade, speeding bullets. The gray-haired officer can't get himself to find a way out of this horrible situation. He marks up the map, calculating that there are in total 8 locations with creatures that have more than 5,000 spiritual energy. Suddenly, a red alert pops up on the big surveillance screen. The warning screen shows that it has detected an area that has exceeded 18,000 in spiritual energy. To humans, this is like the end of the world. This outrageous amount of evil spiritual energy is actually coming from the war zone between the war axe snake and Ziyu. Ziyu's previously captured wild beasts are currently facing the war axe snake. Their combat ability gap has already been determined by their size differences. The Titan-sized war axe snake has the upper hand. It knocks down the crane in one bite. The Taurus black cow moves towards the snake for a headbutt, but its steel-like skin barely takes a scratch and overthrows the black crow. The bald-headed badger climbs up on the snake and bites it with its might, remembering his memories with Qing. But it's also overthrown by the snake. The war has just begun. The wolves attack the snake next and manage to hurt its eyesight. The red fox appears to fight the war axe. This is the 4th time that the red fox is fighting the war axe snake. The first time, the fox was a pure prey and luckily escaped the battle, and then he got help from Ziyu. The second time, the fox fought alongside Ziyu. Then the third time was when it was trying to protect Qing from the snake's surprise attack. The power gap between the snake and the red fox was huge the third time. So, it could only helplessly watch the two sisters getting ruthlessly tortured. In that moment, the fox only thought about being stronger. This thought buried its sadness and filled its heart with flames. So this time, even if the fox has to burn all of its life force, it will do so gladly. The war axe sees the enraged fox's flames of anger and realizes that if the fox is left alive, it will become a huge threat in the future. The snake prepares to attack and opens its mouth wide. To stay at the top of the food chain, the snake has turned its whole body into a perfect weapon. Any attacks from the red fox should be no match for the snake. Still, the red fox holds on to the snake, asking it to return the sisters' lives. The falcons also attack the snake fiercely and peck open a crack on the snake's body. The red fox is wounded badly. Who will have the upper hand here? The war axe snake's slender body has almost completely destroyed the entirety of the forest. Everything is in chaos. Still, it's not over for the good guys, because 8 peregrine falcons have joined the battle. These falcons' intense pressure intimidates the red fox and even the war axe snake. What's causing this pressure isn't strength, but rather their burning life force that demands the death of the snake. These falcons are using a method called bullet diving. If a normal human speed is matched with Mach 10, then even their body air will burn off because of the heat. The peregrine falcons are using a similar method to match up their speed using their own life energy in order to take their revenge. However, their bodies cannot handle the heat of the bullet dive technique, so there is a risk of death. We get to see the backstory of the peregrine falcons. When these 8 falcons were just nestlings, their mother left home to look for food. Sadly, the mother was hunted and then eaten by a wolf. Days after days went by, the falcons waited for their mother. With no food, they were on the verge of dying. But Ziyu became their savior and nurtured them, which gave them hope in this darkness. These falcons have accepted Ziyu as their parent in their hearts. Their lives were once again shining with hope, until that day. Strong sadness flooded the air. The falcons saw the anguish in Ziyu and decided to take revenge no matter what. Even if it means death, they have accepted it as long as their duty is fulfilled. The 8 falcons strike back and forth with full force. They use bullet diving repeatedly to pierce through its skin until they are out of energy. Even after all of that, the snake stands tall. The red fox sees that all of his comrades have been defeated. It loses all hope of winning the war. It starts falling into despair, but a distant light reaches out, devouring the darkness. This light is none other than Ziyu. The war axe snake's wild beast instincts and starts screaming. Every scale on its body screams to run away. The snake realizes that it cannot face Ziyu and gets ready to retreat like last time. The first time it fought against Ziyu, it had consumed Ziyu's branches to reach the peak of the beginner stage. Then, the second time it attacked, the snake knew instantly that it was no match against Ziyu. That's why it chose to hide under the ground. But then it appeared again and attacked the sisters because they had a faint smell of Ziyu. This time, however, the snake didn't think Ziyu would work with other creatures. That's why it was lured into this trap. The snake tries to escape, but Ziyu has roots that can reach hundreds of meters. So, no running away this time. Ziyu uses the snake's binding technique and wraps the snake using his roots. The snake struggles and screams in pain, but there will be no mercy shown by Ziyu this time. The grounds keep crumbling over and over. What feels like a 9-magnitude earthquake is actually Ziyu punching the war axe snake over and over and over again, using his branches as a fist. The snake's steel skin gets shattered into pieces like a piece of paper repeatedly, and it dies eventually. The system pops up saying the war axe snake is dead, but Ziyu doesn't stop there. He can't get himself to stop. He slaps the snake's head and commands him to get up, but it's a soulless body that cannot hear anything. Ziyu beats the snake until there's nothing left of it. He cries his eyes out, realizing that he isn't wrong for killing the snake, just as the snake wasn't wrong for killing Qing and Ling. Because this is a world where the strong feed on the weak. Every single being is just trying to survive in this cruel world. No matter what kind of emotion you have, if you are weak, you don't get to choose. The strong devour the weak, and a lost life gives an opportunity for another. Knowing all of this, Ziyu cannot control his tears from flowing out. He wonders why he feels so sad. At the village nearby the mutated mountains, the village chief finds her other grandchild, Qing's lifeless body lying on the grounds. The red fox hides behind the bushes after delivering Qing's dead body, and hopelessly watches the old man holding his family in his arms. Ziyu, on the other hand, thanks everyone on his team for their contribution to the battle against the Titan war axe snake. They have finally avenged Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling. Ziyu gives the beasts his life essence just as a reward, telling them that this will be greatly beneficial for them. The beasts impatiently open their droopy mouths wide for the juice and take it in. As they start to drink, and some of them even begin to evolve rapidly, Ziyu lets them know that this is a farewell gift, and they are free to leave his side anytime they want. The whole forest illuminates as the beasts continue to evolve. Once their evolution is complete, Ziyu notices how much their appearances have changed. The bison gets larger and grows big, golden, shiny horns. The wolves turn gigantic in size and get an Anemo talent as a level-up reward. Ziyu appreciates how handsome the mutated bison looks after his evolution. He also realizes that the bison are far more talented than the falcons and the red fox. Because unlike the red fox and the falcons, the bison have already unlocked a special skill and also an innate talent at a much lower stage. Ziyu looks forward to seeing more of his growth in the future. Then Ziyu checks the wolves' stats and sees that they have also awakened the power of the wind. Seeing elemental powers coming from these creatures, Ziyu theorizes that it's normal for even humans to unlock elemental powers in a spiritual area. For instance, Ziyu compares his own dense fog barrier with elemental power. His fog is emitted from his leaves, just like breathing carbon dioxide and oxygen. Ziyu's other ability, hallucinogenic, is the secretion of special substances that affect the nerves of creatures. So that's also like an elemental power. Enough explaining the good part. Ziyu needs to judge the disappointments of his group now. Unfortunately, the monkey, crane, and badger haven't evolved. Maybe they don't actually have any talents. The wolves lower their heads in front of Ziyu, showing their loyalty to him. The crane and the badger also bow before Ziyu, followed by the orange monkey, who kneels before him and holds out his hand, showing that it's willing to stay by Ziyu's side. Ziyu uncomfortably sheds tears, promising that he will make all of them even stronger. He also promises that unlike those sisters, he will definitely protect them. Ziyu doesn't know much about the uncertainties of this unknown world, but he knows one thing for sure: being strong is the only path to survival. So, as long as they are strong, they will be able to unveil all of the secrets this isekai world holds for them. And so, Ziyu wants to be so strong that everyone starts fearing him. He wants to be the strongest in the world. The following night is cold, the starlight is diffused. There is only but a big canyon up front. The final battle against the war axe snake seemed to have never happened. Ziyu is immersed in the deepest parts of his body, silently savoring the change of power that was brought earlier today. The long night ends quickly. The new day brings a new era. Things start changing in the spiritual forest. The peregrine falcons are in charge of patrolling the skies, whereas the wind wolves start patrolling the lands. The bison, the white crane, and the golden monkey get in charge of cleaning up the battleground, while the red fox guards the entire area. While everyone else is busy working, the badger is just being lazy. Ziyu gets mad at him for slacking off and orders him to go to work right away. The badger doesn't listen to his master, so Ziyu threatens to give him a nice beating. As Baldhead Badger shrieks in fear, Ziyu originally thinks that it's because of his threats. But once he turns around, he sees that there is a blinding light right above them. And in that blinding light, there's a girl mysteriously levitating. This blinding light approaches right at Ziyu. Ziyu defensively starts attacking the light, but it doesn't work. Ziyu wonders why physical attacks aren't working on this mysterious being. Once the golden-haired being comes close enough, Ziyu recognizes that it's actually Shao Qing. The blinding light with Qing inside quickly merges with Ziyu. The system pops up, explaining that he had a unique skill called Nourishing Soul. Apparently, his mutated roots are Soul's favorite. So he figures that Qing has come here to find peace in the afterlife. The system again shows that Qing has useful stats that can be used in battle, like her unique psychic skill called Mental Awakening, which allows her to connect with another body so that she can live momentarily again. Ziyu's perception of this world breaks completely. How can this be possible? Trees nourishing souls? Ziyu then suddenly remembers what he once heard in his previous life. There was a sacred tree called the soul-nourishing tree. Its branches alone could nourish a soul, even a primordial spirit, and keep it alive. Although Ziyu doesn't seem to have that much of an effect, he's surprised that he is able to nourish souls. He starts believing that the souls of the dead still remain in this world, and surrounds the golden light with its vines. Qing, who looks to be a holy spirit, wakes up asking who and where she is. Ziyu realizes that even after erasing one's memories, it's impossible to let go of loved ones in this world. That's why Qing unknowingly came here to see her father. Ziyu tells Qing her name and says that she is someone very important to him. Meanwhile, Baldy starts blushing, thinking all these words are coming for him. Because unlike Ziyu, normal beings cannot see spirits. Qing suddenly screeches in pain as she hears several voices in her head. She sees several people calling her name and hears all of them crying. Ziyu ponders if she's getting her memories back. He also wonders where Ling is. Her soul might have not left her body yet. Ziyu again wonders what would happen if both sisters' souls merged since they are twins. Seeing Qing's instability, Ziyu offers some of his life essence to see if it has any effect on her. The green juice spills all over the little illuminating ball, and she starts to levitate again. Qing gets a bit bigger and begins to see something that she can't get herself to explain. So, she rather shows Ziyu what she is seeing. Qing shows that she feels herself inside of Ling's consciousness. Ling is seen unconscious inside a room surrounding several people. The doctor asks for forgiveness from the village chief because she has gone into a coma. The good news is that she's still alive. Qing notices that some power from beyond is letting her control Ling's body. She even demonstrates by moving her fingers. After remotely controlling Ling's finger for a moment, Qing starts screaming in pain again and teleports back to the forest. She explains that this seems to be her limit. Seeing that Qing can control Ling's body, Ziyu wonders if she can continue living in this world by using Ling's body. Meanwhile, on a far side cliff near the forest, 2 military officers have arrived to eliminate the potential threat, which is Ziyu the willow tree, which is residing in the foggy forest. The 2 agents face difficulties before even entering the forest because heavy rains and thick fog are making it hard for them to navigate, but humans always come up with a quick solution. One of the agents brings out his phone with a map that shows that there is a village nearby. So they decide to spend the night in the village first. The other mysterious man agrees, saying that he will leave trivial matters to him and calling him a veteran. The gray-haired agent reveals that the man beside him is a superhuman named Yan. During a spiritual power awakening, there are some people who get chosen to receive the ability to adapt to spiritual energy. Once the chosen person completes the awakening and gains newfound abilities, they get the title of a superhuman. One of them is Yan. While these 2 dangerous-looking agents are on their way to the target's location, the target, Ziyu, is busy fooling around. Even after that, he never learns. Oh well, Qing has awakened her talent in less than a day, whereas normal creatures would take 1 to 2 weeks to achieve that. So she must have an unbelievable amount of talent. The villagers know that Qing and Ling were attacked by wild beasts on the mountain, so they must also hold a great grudge against the forest. Ziyu believes that he should be able to withstand a round of cannonballs with his current strength. That should be enough, as they are just a bunch of villagers. But he also doesn't want to expose himself to anyone, because war with humans is the last thing he wants to do. So Ziyu spreads his dense fog barrier over a much larger radius, enough to paralyze even an entire city. He tells his subordinates to adapt to this fog quickly, since they are in charge of monitoring this area. Ziyu explains that life keeps evolving all the time, so they should also evolve to adapt. Ziyu believes that after leveling up and combining both of his abilities, hallucinogenic and dense fog barrier, he will soon be able to create a country of fog. He wants the entire mountain to be his and names it the Land of Fog. The weather changes suddenly and starts raining. Qing senses a very unusual spiritual force approaching them. Ziyu realizes that a bunch of people are coming inside the barrier. Well, it's none other than those 2 agents not minding their own business. The 2 agents' journey in the car has ended on a cliffside. The gray-haired agent orders some of his subordinates to watch the car and tells the rest of them to follow him to the village, and also reminds them to bring something mysterious along with them. The subordinates lose confidence knowing that these mysterious things are the last line of defense, so they don't want to let them go. The gray-haired agent reminds them again how dangerous this place is. There are reportedly strange beasts with up to 10,000 spiritual powers. Yan senses people from the village ahead crying and wonders what's wrong. He tells them that he is going onward to find a way and also to see what's going on. After taking his leave, Yan runs so fast ahead that only a ray of light is left behind. Ziyu wonders who this unknown intruder might be. He has realized that there are several people. What business have they brought here? Little does he know, they are here for him. Qing tries controlling Ling's body to find out who these unusual people are. She faces something very strange while trying to control Ling's body this time. It's as if Ling's remaining soul fragments are merging with her. All of her life's memories, running around through nature, enjoying food, taking a shower, and all the time spent with Ziyu start developing inside of Qing. Ziyu somehow wants Qing and Ling's souls to merge. So if there is an anime about this ridiculous manga in the future, there will be less animation to work on. Anyway, Ziyu offers his life essence juice again and asks Ching to do something for him. Yan has already arrived at the village. Will he be able to find a cure for Ling's coma? The superhuman military agent Yan, after sensing grave sorrow from the nearby village, has arrived there. He has seen and inspected Ling's condition as well. Based on his reaction, the village chief asks Yan if there's any possible way to save his granddaughter. Yan doesn't answer because he senses Ling's faint spiritual power from somewhere afar. Yan senses glowing red particles surrounding Ling's entire body. Judging her state, he concludes that Ling has an extremely rare affinity for the fire element. Yan considers him very lucky to have stumbled upon this girl and impatiently brings out a suspicious potion that supposedly has the power to extract spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Ziyu is pouring down all of his life essence on Ching for her to merge with Ling's soul quickly. She levels up extravagantly and manages to merge her soul into Ling's body. A beam of red light glows from her, even reaching the military camp location. While Yan is wondering how she could wake up so easily, he assumes that she has extreme elemental resonance. The village chief and all of the villagers become overjoyed at seeing such a miracle happen. Seeing Ling, who is actually Ching, wake up, the villagers put their blind trust in Yan. Yan isn't too sure if he is the one who cured Ling, because his potion is supposed to take more than a day or two to take effect. In the meantime, Ziyu congratulates Ching on taking over Ling's body. Ching explains that she feels weird since she's not used to this body. At night, the villagers throw a feast to celebrate their miraculous success. The gray-haired officer joins them in the celebration. The village chief welcomes him wholeheartedly and offers him even more wine. Ziyu instructs Ching to be calm and not do anything suspicious. He gives her a task: spy on the military officers to learn why they have come here. Ching does her work cunningly and learns from Yan that they have come here to do some investigations on the mutated beast-infested area. Ching tells Yan that maybe he is mistaken because she has never encountered any mutated beasts here in the village before. This line of hers catches Yan's attention because he knows that she was attacked by mutated beasts. He still acts as if he's not suspicious of Ching and explains that her spirit satellite has detected an abnormality here. Ziyu finds it unusual that the Huans have developed such a high-tech spiritual detection device. He instructs Ching to learn more about this spiritual satellite, so she keeps asking Yan for further information. What she gains is that the spiritual power monitoring satellite can detect anomalies within a certain area, but it cannot accurately pinpoint the location of its source. Depending on the spiritual power level, the military can take precautions accordingly. The military's first step is to evacuate the crowd nearby the anomaly, and the second step is to confirm the spiritual abnormality in the entire area. She also learns that they have detected a new mutated species in this area, which piqued their interest. Thus, we are coming here with a large party. Hearing all of this info, Ziyu feels relieved since the spiritual anomaly device hasn't confirmed his existence yet. So, fortunately, he's still not in a bad situation. He guesses that the device detected his spiritual power during his fight against the War Axe snake. However, he has covered the whole valley with his dense fog barrier, so there should be no way for the military to detect him now. Ziyu decides to lay low from now on. After all, satellites can find his location easily. He's also pretty sure that the investigators have some location trackers with them. Ziyu starts feeling scared of humans and hopes that he doesn't have to go on a fight against them. Ziyu's fate will depend on everything that the military party does next. The next day, Yan tells the village chief that Ling has amnesia and promises to get the best doctor to cure her lingering illness. He proposes to take Ling with him and bids him goodbye. The troops head into the foggy mountains. Although they have never encountered such dense fog, they're still determined to locate the spiritually mutated beast. 2 days pass in the forest, but the fog doesn't clear. Rather, it gets denser. The party notices from their markings that they have been going around in circles for 2 hours. While they are confused about their best choice, the Anemo wolves have come to defend their territory. The military party has been going around in circles for hours. The area has changed in some way. Because the mist's spiritual power has decreased to 17,000, Yan wonders what they would do if they had faced a mutated beast with spiritual power over 17,000. Ziyu keeps tabs on the military party from a distance and commends Yan for his sharp judgment. He's still pretty sure that his dense fog barrier and hallucinogenics will make them go around in circles, so their best option will be to leave the forest before provoking Ziyu too much. If they keep advancing into deeper areas, he will not hesitate to take the necessary steps. A few more hours pass. The group of soldiers led by Yan finally manage to step out of Ziyu's vice trap and advance further towards the deepest part of the mountain. The wolves approach them to lure them away, but they're not leaving without a fight. The gray-haired captain orders his soldiers to pick up their weapons and tells them to be alert to their surroundings. The captain knows if they encounter the wolves in such a thick mist, things won't be advantageous for them. While he's thinking about his best option, a giant wolf suddenly appears right in front of him and bites him. The gray-haired officer gets defeated instantly. Still, the soldiers don't lose hope and fire their guns at the wolf. However, the bullets don't even scratch the wolf and bounce back on the soldiers, killing several of them. Yan becomes enraged, jumps behind the wolf, kicks him with his full power, and rescues the captain. The wolf regains his authority and attacks Yan on the air. Yan becomes heavily injured, with very few uninjured soldiers left. He doesn't have any choice but to run away. He wonders if this fog has a consciousness. Otherwise, the mist wouldn't be against the humans' favor so much. The bald-headed badger also appears for battle. Yan orders all the remaining soldiers to open fire and kill it immediately. According to them, the badger is a peck middle grade mutant beast, and its spiritual energy ranges from 4,000 to 6,000. So their open fire doesn't work on the badger, since bullets and bombs don't work on middle-grade mutant beasts. Along with its strong battle strength, the badger poses more than enough threat to a small group of fully equipped teams. In comparison to a middle-graded beast, a high-level mutated beast can endanger the safety of an entire city. So the gray-haired captain orders his soldiers to bring out their trump card while coughing up blood. The armor-piercing bullet is shot at the badger. But to their disappointment, the four-winged wolves have come to rescue the badger. The soldiers lose hope and wonder if they are destined to die here today. Will Ziyu show them mercy, or will he ruthlessly murder his own kind? The wolves move forward slowly to push them back off. But they don't move back. Rather, Yan steps up to help the team out of here. His face clearly shows despair. Is he willing to sacrifice himself for his men? The battle between Ziyu's subordinates and the humans has been brutal and very one-sided. Not only are these mutated beasts strong, they are strategic too. For example, the badger started chasing Yan right away after the first strike, giving no spare chances for any rebound attacks and forcing humans to retreat. Yan saw that the armor-piercing bullet hit the badger, but he's sure that the badger will live. The gray-haired man outlives the brutal bite from the wolf somehow. He grinds his teeth as he realizes how much damage has been dealt to his team. They have lost 6 soldiers in battle, and nearly every single one of them is badly injured. Ziyu's plan has been a success since he managed to get rid of the humans. Ziyu wanted to kill all of them, but he knew that if he did that, more troops would come for retribution. So Ziyu hopes that the humans will put their investigation on hold for now. If they choose to come again, Ziyu plans to evolve to the point where no human would be a match against him. After the strategic meeting with himself, Ziyu asks Qing how things are going in the village. Qing explains that the military soldiers are taking her somewhere in a car. She asks if she really has to stay in Ling's body from now on. Ziyu explains that Ling has accidentally developed a rare elemental power. That's the reason why the military is taking her to a mystery sector. So, if Qing stays in Ling's body, it will be a great opportunity for Ziyu to break into the human race. That reasoning doesn't make sense to pure spirit Qing, but she still obeys her master's wishes. In the car, the 2 soldiers blush and try to take a peek at Ling's luxuries. She, however, is a soulless woman who has no interest in the living world. Qing runs out of spiritual energy and gets out of Ling's body. It's been 15 hours since Qing has controlled Ling's body, and that looks to be her current limit. Meanwhile, Ling becomes unconscious since there is no soul taking over control. This doesn't make the soldiers surprised, as they just think she has fallen asleep. The soldiers just keep staring at her like a creep and drive on the long road ahead. Ziyu promises to give Qing his life essence juice regularly in hopes that she will increase her control time. For Qing, the essence of life not only nourishes her soul, but also increases her evolution speed. Simply speaking, it's like a treasure to her. The four wind wolves arrive after their gruesome task. One of the wolves carries the unconscious badger in his mouth and puts it in front of Ziyu. Ziyu realizes that the badger must have fought quite fiercely with Yan, since he is on the verge of dying. But if Ziyu gives the badger his life essence right now, with the stage he's in, he will just explode and die. So Ziyu plans something else. His vision has improved a lot after evolving his roots to the First Order. Using his evolved roots, he finds some rocks in a nearby river, grabs them alongside the water source, and quickly makes a pond out of nowhere. He then pours his essence of life inside the pond, which makes it the new healing pond. Ziyu calls out his subordinates and tells them that this rich healing pond is their reward for being loyal to him. It's been a couple of days since humans retreated from the mountains. Yan has almost recovered from his injuries too. He goes to the military headquarters named the Extraordinary Research Institute to report their recent experience. An old man with a long beard who is the institute's director is sitting inside the hall room. His heavy presence intimidates Yan, who's also present there. The director realizes that Yan's crew must have faced a really tough creature in the mountains to sustain such damage. Yan says that the possibility of a powerful mutant beast existing in the mountains is true, and he assumes that the changes in the mountains occurred because of that creature. The director asks if the mysterious mist has the ability to affect human spirits. According to Yan, all the theories are plausible, but there are no logical explanations yet. The danger is real, yet the fog is not very provocative. The director marks the mountain in the yellow warning zone for now and instructs Yan to upgrade it to the red warning zone if there are any further anomalies in the future. Right before Yan steps out of the room, the director remembers that they have also brought a girl named Ling with them. Yan excitedly says that she will possibly be the strongest of this generation, since she has an extremely rare fire elemental talent. This line makes the director think for a while. He lets Yan go for now and looks forward to seeing what fate brings to the girl in the future. The zones divided by the government are explained to us. There are 3 zones. First of all, the green zone, humans tend to settle in the green zone, where there are no threats. Then, if there's a possible danger, the government primarily restricts the area with caution and marks it with a yellow zone, just like the mountains that they just announced. Then comes the last and most dangerous and prohibited zone, the red zone. Life is literally restricted. The human race gets placed under serious surveillance at all times and is suppressed by force whenever needed. For example, the Bermuda Triangle. This place has an evil aura that has attracted the attention of the entire world, so it became an absolutely forbidden place that no one in the world has permission to step into. Ziyu is one lucky guy since his residence didn't get marked as a red zone. Although the yellow zone is placed under the surveillance of the nation, it is still dispensable, because the whole planet except for the cities is reduced to yellow zones. Speaking of Ziyu, his subordinate beasts have finally recovered after using the heal pool. 2 of his subordinates, the red fox and the bald-headed badger, are currently sparring against each other as part of their combat training. The badger is at only level 6, whereas the fox is at peak level 8, so it's no surprise who comes out as a winner. The badger is defeated with a single flaming slash by the red fox. The audience applauds loudly. It's free entertainment for them. But wait, the badger has somehow risen up again. It seems he has not given up yet. But Ziyu already knows that will happen again, so he stops the training session. After the mood has settled down, Ziyu plans to gain evolution points again. So he orders the 4 wind wolves to hunt down the wild animals. The 4 wind wolves leave and return in seconds with a mouthful of live animals. Ziyu kills them with his vines, and just like that, he starts farming evolution points again. It's become obvious how advantageous it has been for Ziyu to tame these guys. Even if they look useless to Ziyu, they will help with hunting. Ziyu offers the wolves the leftovers, and they eat the food gladly. He notices that the red fox never joins the wolves. Most probably, it thinks of itself as too elegant. Ziyu keeps noticing little things that his subordinates keep doing, like the golden monkey who keeps stealing his leaves and eating them in secret. Unexpectedly, this mischievous little creature has also unlocked an innate talent called extreme absorption. This talent helps to substantially absorb beneficial substances. Then Ziyu sees the crane resting inside the lake. Well, he doesn't have much to say about a lazy disappointment. So he moves his attention back to himself. With 172 points available, Ziyu checks out what skills are available to upgrade. The system pops up showing he can upgrade his branches and strengthen them substantially. Ziyu calculates how many points it will take to upgrade all of his branches and sees that it totals more than 250 points. This is too expensive for him, so he chooses to upgrade only half of his branches. The system cuts 125 of his evolutionary points and strengthens 25 branches. The blue branches illuminate and evolve into lighter colors. The system shows that the branches are now hard as steel, very flexible, and can excrete paralysis toxins, which will petrify the enemies, stun toxins, which will stun enemies, and also use life essence to restore health. The most important upgrade is that using life essence will no longer negate evolution points. Ziyu becomes fascinated by his new abilities, so he prepares to try those out on his test dummies, which is the bald-head badger. Oh, poor thing. The badger gets knocked out instantly and wakes up several hours later. It was playing with the bison before getting suddenly knocked out, so it wonders where the bison has vanished to. Little does it know, it's traveled several hours into the future. However, Ziyu feels that he has been scammed, since his abilities weren't enough to fully kill the badger. He demands his evolution points, calling the system a fraud. Qing appears in front of him to clear his misconception. She explains that honey badgers are omnivores with a born talent, which is their antitoxic properties. Moreover, with its present mutated strength, even poisons are useless against it. That explains a lot and inflates Ziyu's ego, as he no longer feels scammed. But wait, where did Qing come from all of a sudden? She explains that for the past few days, the soldiers have only arranged her daily life and food, and haven't let her do anything else. One thing she knows, which Yan told her, is that he would take her to a research institute the next day, and if she passed a test before going in there, she would get permission to enter that spiritual power research institute. This sounds like a great opportunity for Ziyu to infiltrate military intelligence. He knows what he must do from here. Ling's body awakened the fire element when Qing's soul awakened the spiritual talent. Using Qing, he will get his hands on a lot of human resources in the future. He predicts that soon Qing will be reborn as a superior being who will combine the beast and human strength. So, Ziyu lures Qing by saying he will give her all of his heavenly life essence juice if she passes the test tomorrow. He also reminds her to get rid of any unnecessary obstacles in her path. According to the plan, Qing goes on her journey to infiltrate the military institute. Yan and Qing are on the way to the secret institute. On their way, Yan describes what that is really all about. The extraordinary research institution specializes in the study of spiritual power. Awakened people with elemental power from all over the country are gathered here, as are many other authoritative professors. There are two big reasons why this organization exists in the first place: to study psychic powers and cultivate supernatural human beings. Yan looks at Qing, implying that she is her to become a complete supernatural human being. Qing takes a moment to appreciate the modern technological structure while in the elevator, and Yan continues again. He says that rather than an organization, this place is more of an academy. There are many newcomers who are awakened with elemental powers, and they come here from all over the country just to cultivate their powers. They have reached their destination. This scene feels awfully similar to Hunter x Hunter's Gone and Killua's Hunter examination scene. But in this anime, Qing is giving the test. Anyway, Yan and Qing enter a big hall room with hundreds of people who have powers similar to hers. A sassy girl looks at her and wonders how a girl who smells like mud is here. When everyone in the room starts criticizing Qing before even getting to know her, the director steps up and tells them to keep quiet. He reminds everyone how the world is changing and that the survival of humans is in jeopardy. He tells them that humans must also change. Physically and mentally, if humans don't evolve, they will be devoured by the world. The director looks at the crowd and tells them that sooner or later, the pace of the times will be in their hands. But before that, they must become strong and then continue to lead the new generation to the new way of survival. He ends his strong speech by wishing them good luck and inviting them to create a new era for humans. Listening to the old man's vigorous speech, everyone begins to understand what they are here for. Afterwards, the instructor announces the first round of the test. First up is the power test. During this test, the examinees are asked to put their hand on a spiritual power detection device to determine how strong they are. The first person puts their hand on the magical tablet, lighting up all of the cryptic letters on the wall. After being fully lit up, the tablet shows that the person has 1200 spiritual power. The instructor creates a divide already by determining the examinee's power. People with less spiritual power, less than 500, are put in the lower class. Many of the examinees become depressed after seeing that they are low class. Some of them are even super low class with only 5 spiritual powers. The instructor loses his temper, seeing that these examinees' talents are far worse in comparison to the first generation. He decides that this is the worst batch. But it's time to throw some dirt in the side character's eye. To do that, the sassy girl from before is here. The sassy girl puts her hand on the detection device, showing that the girl has 2,000 spiritual powers, giving her a high rank. The instructor becomes terrified upon seeing her outrageous score and says that even the first generation did not have such a high score. Meanwhile, the other test students are already too lost in the sassy girl's beauty to notice that she is incredibly strong. Well, someone has to overthrow the strongest side character, right? To do so, Ching is here. A friendly reminder, Ching is controlling Ling's body. So we are going by the controller's name. The instructor is not interested in testing anyone else as he believes the sassy girl is the best of this century. The director also questions if Ching can actually be more powerful than her. Yan puts his confidence in Ching, saying that no one should ever underestimate anyone who possesses the fire element. It's getting more and more interesting. Ching finally places her hand on the spiritual power detection device. The device itself illuminates so much that it even creates a scorching temperature. The device is fortunately not broken and keeps updating her score. Ching's score goes from 5,000 to 6,000, and before it could determine her final score, the machine explodes. Ching becomes surprised seeing how pathetic the machine was. The whole audience is stunned. The instructor almost dies from the explosion. The director gives an evil laugh. The sassy can't believe what she just saw with her own eyes. But it's true, Ching is the best of the humans. But the test is not over yet. They must move on to the second round, called the aptitude test. The instructor says that students with values over 100 will go to different test sites. The high-power examinees are sent to a different test site, where the examiner is Yan himself. He is here for the extraordinary ability test. He tells them that if they manage to lay even a finger on him, they'll pass the test. Yan easily defeats all the examinees except the sassy girl and Ching. But they are barely standing still. Only 10 minutes are remaining. Ching can't let herself be eliminated. So she pushes herself to her limits and unlocks her fire elemental power. She doesn't waste any time and uses her flame fist to directly attack Yan. Yan goes easy on her, thinking she's just a beginner. However, Ching is far more experienced than a bunch of rookies and shows off her true abilities. She even goes on to almost defeat Yan. That's when the sassy girl gets in the middle and kicks her away. Ching gets hurt badly and remembers what her master said to her. She repeats Ziyu's words and says that she has to get rid of everything that gets in her way. Ching unleashes her full power, curses the sassy girl, and goes to kill her. Yan manages to stop her in time and says that she has passed. So Ching becomes a happy baby again and forgets everything that happened. Ching's spirit sometime later comes back to Ziyu, showing victory, and lets him know that she got admitted in the Extraordinary Research Institute. After this event, time flies quickly because of the yellow zone that was marked in this area. People from the village left the village to live in the city. Ziyu has continued to evolve his branches for months. It's already winter. The snow has fully covered Ziyu and his surroundings. But even in this freezing winter, crises won't cease to exist. The smell of death, blood, sweat, and tears will soon again start floating in the air. A mysterious threat with the grade of an extraordinary first order has appeared. In the Northwest Territories, the spiky mountains with purple crystals have become drenched in blood. Many sacrifices have been made by the military to get their hands on these purple crystals called spiritual stones. But this group's task is not over yet, because a mutated giant silver centipede has come to defend this place. On the other side of the story, Ziyu has strengthened all of his branches. Sooner or later, his branches will reach the peak of the First Order. His 8 roots are the only ones remaining, and soon those too will reach the peak of the First Order. After that, Ziyu will reach the level of Extraordinary, the Second Order. Ziyu explains what the Second Order represents. He gives the example that, unless a nuclear weapon is launched at him, it will be impossible to beat him if he is on the Second Order. However, there is a negative side to this evolution, with the spiritual power fluctuation caused by the Second Order evolution. Humans will definitely discover his existence and pinpoint his location. After learning many insights from Qing, Ziyu has become wary of humans. Mentioning Qing, he has appeared to let him know about a new problem that she just learned. As she explains to Ziyu what happened, the scene jump cuts to Yan, who announces the news to the surveillance team that all members of the Northwest Regional Squad have been killed. Furthermore, the spiritual power of the stones leaked out and attracted a huge number of mutated beasts. At first, there were only 4,000 mice and birds, but then an extraordinary second-order centipede with 120,000 spiritual power showed up. The extraordinary force arrives on the scene to face the centipede, but it looks like everything is already over. Ziyu can't believe that humans were able to discover a spiritual ore mine. Qing explains that because of this spiritual mine, more than 10 research institutes are in full dispute. The spiritual stone is an ore with a lot of spiritual power. It has the ability to speed up the upgrade of anyone's strength. With their discovery, humans will be able to catch up with the mutated beasts in no time. Ziyu feels that this is too sudden. He wanted to slack off a little, but humans have found ways to catch up with the other extraordinary creatures. His whole plan to slowly evolve has collapsed. Qing adds that the silver centipede killed even the extraordinary groups. Ziyu wonders how the centipede evolved without attracting any attention. He assumes the centipede has the ability to hide its power and asks Qing if the humans have retaliated yet. Qing replies in the negative, saying that it is the most dangerous monster humans have ever faced. What's more disappointing is that the centipede's spiritual power is over 120,000 in comparison to Ziyu's measly 16,000. Ziyu understands that he is a weakling again and tells Qing to leave. Qing returns to Ling's body and immediately goes to her teacher to ask for permission to go to the Northwest. The teacher says that there is no need to go and die there and promises her that he will take her after the centipede is captured by experienced veterans. Meanwhile, the peregrine falcons have stolen an ant queen's larva and attracted a nest of flying mutated ants. Oh well, it's a great opportunity to gain evolution points for Ziyu, so he gladly accepts the danger. He uses all of his branches and destroys the whole army of queen ants. With a bunch of evolution points stacked up, Ziyu boosts his roots. The upgrade process hurts him badly, but he keeps his patience. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, the baldy badger is badly injured. In this severe winter, even the river has become frozen solid. In that frozen river, a hole seems to have been dug out. From that hole, the baldy badger happily jumps out with a fish in his mouth. As he happily walks back, he notices some starving beavers. He shares the fish gladly with them, and in return they gift him a walnut. A gigantic beast suddenly emerges from the ground and ambushes the badger. The 4 wind wolves hear his scream and come to his rescue. But they are too late. The badger is almost half dead. But there is hope. He's brought back to Ziyu, who realizes that a new tyrant has come to town. Ziyu gives his essence of life to the badger and puts him inside the healing pool. He then orders the wind wolves and the red fox to find the perpetrator, to be able to escape Ziyu's detection in his dense fog barrier, and then suddenly injure the beaver itself is an impossible task. So this mysterious assailant must be really strong. Qing suddenly appears in front of Ziyu and offers to help as well. She gives some intel about the Lingxi. Lingxi apparently has the ability to cut off spiritual power, which explains how the silver centipede managed to win at such a high margin. Qing tells Ziyu to wait a little longer so that she can obtain the Lingxi for herself. Ziyu, however, won't allow that. According to his ideology, pawns should be promoted to queens only in desperate times. He tells Qing that her resources should be dispensable to him, because he plans to ascend to a monstrous form using the spiritual stones that Qing will gather. While talking about spiritual aura, Ziyu suddenly realizes that the underground river that is giving him spiritual energy must also have a source. He realizes that the river's spiritual power comes from the Lingxi stone mine. He also realized the assailant must have used a spirit stone to avoid his detection, since Lingxi spirit stones have the power to cut off spiritual energy. If that's what's going on, then this new opponent will be more powerful than the War Axe Snake. He changes his plans and calls back the wolves. Ziyu divides his subordinates into 3 groups. The Red Fox and the Wind Wolves are put in one group to check out the crime scene. Then the Crane and the Falcons are told to call back the patrolling team. Then Qing and Ziyu himself get on Team 3. Ziyu digs up a giant hole in the ground to make way to the underground river and tells Qing to follow it along the way. He warns her not to confront the enemy before she enters the hole. Qing reaches the river and sees that all of Ziyu's roots have covered the entirety of the cave. She goes to check the upper part of the river while the wolves find the possible den of the assailant. Qing travels through the upper parts of the underground river to find that there is a secret spirit stone mine in the end of the river. Qing senses something terrifying approaching her. The spiritual power emanating from the roar of the unknown beast petrifies Qing. Its aura is even more oppressive than Ziyu's. Still, Qing gains some courage to take a peek at the monster. She sees that it's an earthstone elephant turtle. The spiritual power emitted by the elephant turtle is too strong for Qing to stay there. Fortunately, the monster can be dealt with for now. Qing notices a blooming red flower in front of the elephant turtle. The flower seems to be growing on an axe. Qing recognizes the flower's true potential. It's called bloodgrass, which is the companion of spirit stones. It's the most important treasure for advancement. She realizes that the elephant turtle must be protecting the flower. The elephant turtle attacks her upon sensing her presence. Ziyu realizes that Qing has angered the beast. Qing retrieves the flower from the monster's den and starts luring the monster towards Ziyu, but the monster matches up to her speed quickly and takes back the spirit flower. As the monster starts heading back, Qing knows that she has no choice but to let it escape. But the baldy badger comes out of nowhere and attacks the elephant turtle. Although it's injured, it is hungry for revenge. Qing tries to kick some sense into the badger, but it's too late for any reasoning. The badger becomes absolutely berserk and goes on a rampage. At this rate, it will die, but it won't give up because it can't forgive the monster for killing those beavers earlier. Honey badgers are only found in Africa, South Asia, and East Asia. They are carnivorous weasels. A badger's thick skin and rough hands can withstand the attacks of its enemies. It's a vengeful creature. At the same time, the most fearless creature in the world, which explains why the baldy badger is so resilient. It pushes its own limits to so much in battle that the color of its hair starts changing. The badger starts evolving to cope and gains extreme speed. The badger really just said, "This isn't even my final form." Ha! And became Super Saiyan Blue. Anyways, this battle is a confrontation between only a 7th level and the First Order. But the badger still hopes to win and keeps on attacking. His own attack ricochets and hurts himself. But it still doesn't give up. Qing starts to believe that the badger might have a chance of winning. The elephant turtle blasts off the badger several times, but it stands up again and again, unwilling to accept defeat. The badger keeps on fighting. Its brain has completely lost all rational thoughts. It's only dragging its body towards the earthstone elephant turtle to defend its dignity. But the results of the battle have already been decided. The badger is defeated. The giant elephant turtle prepares to deliver the finishing blow, but one of Ziyu's roots comes at the nick of time and rescues the little fool. Ziyu uses Qing's ability to pass his consciousness to his roots and enters the battlefield himself. Violence breeds violence, and in the end it has to be this way. Ziyu faces a huge threat. Will he be able to defeat the threat without any casualties? Ziyu takes a look at the Earthstone elephant turtle and confirms his suspicion that it's a mutated beast with elemental attributes. He assumes that it secretly evolved in the spirit mine so that it could hide its aura. Ziyu takes a moment to tell the badger that it did amazing despite facing such a formidable opponent. He tells the badger to rest and to leave everything else to him. Qing tells Ziyu not to go head-to-head against the Earthstone turtle because its defense is incredibly high. However, Ziyu has his own Uno reverse card up his sleeve. He shows how strong he has become by breaking its tusk with one shot. While the Earthstone turtle screams in pain, the red fox escapes with the badger. The Earthstone turtle uses defensive attacks using his Geo abilities, but Ziyu easily sliced through all of them. He quickly binds the turtle using his roots and makes it float into the air so that it doesn't use its ultimate earthquake attack. Floating in the air, this gigantic monster is useless and has become fodder to be sacrificed. Ziyu finishes the battle with his ultimate attack, the Battle Axe Snake Fist, and kills the Earthstone elephant turtle. He also gains more than 8,000 points as a reward for killing the turtle, so it's a win-win. After the defense is down, it's time to loot everything that's in the spirit mine. Ziyu becomes extremely greedy, seeing so many rich ores, and calls dibs on everything. Ching gives him the spiritual flower, which will also be greatly helpful for him at the time of evolution. All is great. It's time to harvest the orbs. The mining gang starts digging everything and moves it back to their home. The tunnel that Ziyu dug got used by the wolves and the fox to transport the spirit stones. While the transportation is going on, Ziyu takes the time to excavate 10 more small caves. This way, Ching, Red Fox, and other creatures get to also use the spirit stones to cultivate within the cave. After all that crazy work in only half a day, all the orbs have been gathered around, according to Ching. This stone mine was even bigger than the one occupied by the centipede. So, it's not less than a gold mine. It's time to ascend into Ziyu's new form. With the revival of the aura, ordinary birds migrated south, while mutated birds stayed since they could withstand the sheer cold. This will be the most regrettable decision of their lives, because Ziyu is here to devour them all. After absorbing all of the spirit stones, Ziyu has evolved from a black tree to a white tree. This evolution was kind of racist, to be honest. But anyways, his body color has changed, and his eyes have become more aggressive. But his head is still bald and shiny. Well, it doesn't matter what he looks like if he has enough strength. Ziyu opens up the system panel. The system shows that he has unlocked an elemental power called the Earth Element. Now he has the ability to manipulate the Earth, most probably because he killed the turtle and absorbed its essence during his evolution. Ziyu becomes overjoyed and tries out his new ability. Thousands of spikes come out of nowhere and surround the entire area. Ziyu begins to understand why humans are so afraid of his kind. The attack range of the Earth Element is only about 100 meters. But it should get stronger every time Ziyu upgrades it. Ziyu can't pull out his roots because it feels like he's pulling his own balls, but he hopes to walk freely away using his Earth Element. Ziyu remembers that his inherent abilities aren't strong enough, so he asks the system to upgrade his inherent abilities as well. The system shows that if he upgrades his abilities, he will get enhanced regeneration, stronger regeneration consumption, and stronger regeneration ability. Ziyu becomes enticed looking at the life-saving ability. Even if most of his body were to be destroyed by nuclear weapons, Ziyu will be able to resurrect himself from the remaining roots of the trees that are spread within the ground, using enhanced regeneration. As he tries out his regeneration ability, flowers begin to bloom and everything around Ziyu becomes green and alive. He chops one of his branches to see the speed, and it regenerates almost instantly. Ching comes there, seeing such a blissful landscape, and congratulates Ziyu on his evolution. She notes that his body proportion has grown almost 20 meters taller, and, surprisingly, his spiritual power has grown to around 300,000. He has grown even stronger than the silver centipede. The falcon and the crane come back with a report, saying that they have found a suspicious target. But Ziyu has already settled the matter. The bison sees a flower blooming on him and asks for it. Ziyu gives it to the bison, and it immediately begins to evolve. The bison evolves straight up to level 9 and even begins to speak. It repeatedly starts calling Ziyu the God Tree, which of course makes Ziyu's ego grow even larger. Ziyu wonders why it has gained the ability to talk and realizes that evolving to the 9th level awakens the spiritual consciousness. Ziyu hopes that he will hear his other fellow subordinates talk too one day. Like the Red Fox, Ziyu's team is getting stronger and stronger over time. Over the next couple of days, Ziyu continuously expanded the cave and grinded for more spirit ores. Ching returned to the body of Ling at the Institute of Transcendence and trained to perfect the rhythm of her spirit and her body. Ching's teacher calls her to his laboratory. He shows her his new test experiment, a new being that's a mixture of human and wolf genes. The bald badger is all alone, looking at the vast forest. Its eyes tear up, remembering the beavers that were brutally killed by the elephant turtle. Although the badger looks depressed, Ziyu shows no empathy towards it and slaps it on its cheeks for slacking off. While the group is busy with their regular mining schedule, Ching is in the laboratory with her teacher, staring at the hybrid of a human and a mutated wolf. The teacher gloriously boasts about conducting thousands and thousands of experiments in order to achieve a superior being, but all of them failed. Human regenerative cells cannot resist the invasion of wolf cells. but he will continue on until a miracle happens. The teacher informs Ching that the next batch of test subjects will be arriving soon, and it's necessary sacrifice for the rise of humankind. If he breaks through the cellular regeneration problem by using creatures with super regenerative powers, humanity will usher in a new age of evolution. As terrifying as it may sound to Ching, it is necessary for mankind. At the Bayou Gorge, several normal people are trying to go deeper into the fog-covered mountains on a quest to find some spiritual herbs with a few supernatural beings. The normals are confident that with these supernaturals they will overcome any danger. One of the guys named Xiao Qing tells Leng to kill some mutated beast to get more money. His idea comes to fruition as a mutated beast shows up to be slaughtered. But this one is not worth much to Xiao. He throws it away. Qianqin senses something bad coming towards them and tells everyone in the team to run away before it's too late. But it's already too late. A gigantic mutant white tiger appears from the midst and kills one of the guys. Another one of them fights back, ignoring Qianqin's warning. And he's also killed by the tiger's claws. One of the normals foolishly shoots the tiger with a pistol, but he should have known better. Oh well, bye-bye normie, says the tiger. Leng goes ahead and sacrifices himself so that Qianqin escapes and informs the military. But he's defeated too before she can escape. The white tiger knocks out Qianqin, but our hero Ziyu comes to save the day before the white tiger finished her off. Before Qianqin loses her consciousness, she sees strange vines constricting the mutated white tiger. She wonders what the hell is happening, but her questions are unanswered for now. The white tiger is captured and brought back to Ziyu's place. Ziyu decides to make his lowly creature into one of his obedient pets, so he gives it some of his life essence. As the tiger drinks Ziyu's life essence, it begins to feel eternal ecstasy. The white tiger starts to act like a cat and even licks Ziyu. Ziyu knows that his life essence makes wild animals obedient. But what'll happen if he does the same with Qianqin and other humans? Ziyu grabs onto Qianqin's whole body and turns her around the other way. She thinks that this tree demon is perverted and is about to do something unthinkable. Her sixth sense and intuition superhuman abilities kick in suddenly, and it shows her a vision that the world will be taken over by giant trees. The sky, the earth, animals, birds, all of it will be controlled by a demonic tree. Then the land of trees will be born. Ziyu finds the words she is speaking absolutely ridiculous. He even ridicules her ability and goes on to give her his life essence. After she's cured, Ziyu tells her to stay here from now on and take care of the pets. But why would she do that? She's not a slave. Well, Ziyu's life essence juice has the power to brainwash and command someone. So the control of her consciousness gets taken over by Ziyu. Ziyu makes her do several tasks as a trial. He tells her to compliment him, and she does. Then he goes out of the line and tells her to take off her dress. However, this command doesn't work, and she starts crying, calling him a hentai. It seems that not all commands work, but there is some autonomy. Ziyu gives the two other captured unconscious humans his life essence too, in hopes that they will teach his subordinates more about humans. Ziyu could just rely on Qing, but time is limited. So instead of bothering Qing all of the time, it's better for Ziyu to let these newly caught humans deal with some of the stuff. Ziyu wants to make the humans feel welcome, so he transforms some of his branches into houses. Although Ziyu was once a human, he still made these humans into his slaves. Is he turning into a tyrant? This is Ziyu's home. The area is surrounded by his thick, whitish roots. The healing pool is right in front of him. On his left side is the underground cave that is connected to the spiritual river. And on his right side is the house that he built for his slaves. He meets Qianqin inside her room and gets ready for business. Mr. Yuziyu has a revelation. He believes that he will be able to freely move on land one day and will become an entity known as the God of Willows. Normally, he wouldn't think of something so rubbish, but he has his spirits high now, because anything is possible in these extraordinary circumstances. When Ziyu broke through to the second level, he harvested 5,000 points. Killing the Earthstone gave him 8,000 points. Entry-level creatures provide very few evolution points. But for the creatures of the extraordinary rank, the number of evolution points is calculated according to their spiritual power. For example, if you kill life with a 80,000 spiritual power, you will get 8,000 evolution points. That's how he has accumulated 13,342 evolution points. Now, his ability to manipulate the earth element also gives him the possibility of moving freely, so he begins to upgrade his elemental power. After reinforcing his earth element, Ziyu prepares to literally get up. Everything within 100 meters gets up except him. Ziyu reinforces his ability again and starts changing the shape of the entire mountain. He uses his roots to make white scales like walls and slowly turns the area in between the canyons to look like a turtle shell. And he also adds spikes to scare off weaklings. Ziyu realizes that he can create earthquakes now. If he uses all the roots at the same time, it will be enough to raise a mountain that is hundreds of meters tall. However, using spiritual energy on a large scale also increases the risk of injuring his body. So, after he gets complete control of his land, he will be able to travel freely across the world. Meanwhile, poor Baldy Badger has suffered several times during Ziyu's tests. It gets the feeling that all his pain has definitely paid off the debts that it had in the first life. Anyway, we get to see a country from another continent. A beautiful city is shown nearby an ocean. A tourist seems to be looking at the view of the vast ocean. The peaceful weather suddenly changes as giant waves hit the shore. A tsunami hits the city, drowning even skyscrapers. Not only that, sea monsters use this chance to devour as many humans as possible. Chaos reigns. A crimson octopus and a golden eel hundreds of times larger than a cruise ship appear out of the ocean. 5 hours pass after this calamity. The White House discusses what to do in this grave disaster. One of the agents, Aaron, finds out that the mutated sea beast that attacked the city is a large basilisk belonging to an ancient species, and its spiritual power is around 250,000. The senator asks for the current status of the sea creature. According to her report, 3 nuclear bombs were launched at the basilisk, but only one met the target. After the nuclear bomb hit it, the basilisk retreated to the bottom of the ocean. As unbelievable as it seems, the ocean's mutant creatures are after humanity. Ziyu's 3 superhuman slaves, Leng, Shao, and Qin, are doing their jobs according to the plan. They are appointed as teachers so that the beasts can learn to be more civil. Leng gives them a cooking lesson while Qin teaches them the alphabet. Meanwhile, Shao is too busy getting beaten up by the orange monkey. He's a combat trainer. The cow helps Leng gather the necessary stuff to cook, while the white tiger shows off its low intellect in class. Qin starts losing her mind when she sees how stupid the tiger is compared to the other beasts, so they take a break for lunch. It's been 3 days since the humans have been here. Qin had no idea before that a huge tree in the mountains 300 kilometers away from the city would be sentient. If the army were aware that supernatural beings had developed consciousness, they would mobilize the entire country to eradicate the sentience. Qing asks Ziyu why he has still kept them here. Ziyu tells her that human knowledge is very important for the beasts, and it will come in handy for future battles. Qing informs Ziyu about the calamity that happened on another continent. 3 nuclear weapons were fired on the basilisks, but 2 bounced off. The basilisk apparently used sound pressure to interface with the trajectory of the bomb, but 1 bomb hit it. Still, it somehow managed to escape back to the bottom of the ocean. Qing wonders if the basilisk managed to survive. Ziyu explains that the most frightening thing about nuclear weapons is not the explosion itself, but the radiation. But now, in the midst of the great age of evolution, if the seafloor creatures have evolved to have resistance to radiation, then that would spell disaster for humanity. However, Ziyu neither has any resistance nor strength. He even realizes that unlike the basilisk, he doesn't have anywhere to escape to, so he needs to look for a strong alliance. Ziyu tells Qing that they must build an underground kingdom. Ziyu digs a hole and throws several wild beasts into the pit. Shao, Qin, and Leng hide behind a bush, wondering if this is some sort of event. Leng says that the beast tree must be trying to subdue these wild animals, but that's not true this time. Ziyu intends to make all of the animals of this forest his allies and create a kingdom, so he feeds every single creature in the pit his life essence juice. Some of the beasts evolve and have awakened their inherent abilities, like the weak boar, which evolves to level 6 and gets armor as an inherent talent. Still, it's not as powerful as the bull or the white tiger. It's up there in the ranks though. The crocodile, surprisingly, evolves into an ancient emperor crocodile. The ancient crocodiles are the most ferocious of all beasts, which makes them highly dangerous. Seeing such a formidable opponent, the red fox wishes to battle against it. It's a standoff between the red fox and the crocodile. This battle is all about proving who is more ferocious and stronger. Their battle begins as the two sides deal slashes like maniacs. The crocodile uses Sonic Wave as a distraction and bites into the fox's leg. Finding no other way to escape, the red fox pushes its limits and unlocks a new technique called Flamethrower. It uses the newfound flamethrower, but the crocodile is still undefeated. They both smile at each other, implying that they have recognized each other's strength. It looks like the evolved ancient crocodile cannot be looked down upon as much as the red fox. Ultimately, the battle ends in a draw. A few days go by, and Ziyu catches some newborn pups from somewhere and gives them to Lang. The red fox finally unlocks the ability to speak. The Qingming Festival, also known as Tomb Sweeping Day, is today. It's a festival celebrated as many East Asian countries. The red fox calls Ziyu the God Tree and wishes him a happy Qingming. They quietly celebrated the day together. The three captured humans are also doing their work proficiently. Qin has managed to teach some discipline to the beasts, especially the white tiger. The funny thing is that the white tiger is the sole reason why they are trapped here in the first place. Anyways, the most active of the humans is Shao, who not only hunted everywhere but also made new clothes for Qin and Lang. He even made a breakthrough in his abilities by drinking from the healing spirit pool. He's certainly a funny guy. Talking about Shao, he approaches Ziyu to say something. Shao goes to the point and tells Ziyu that he wishes to join his sacred army. Shao admits that he was able to awaken his physical talent all because of Ziyu. To become stronger, staying with Ziyu is his only hope. Ziyu, however, won't believe a man who betrays his own kind, so he denies Shao's request to join his army and tells him to leave. Even though Shao is obedient and his current strength has gone up a lot, Ziyu doesn't want him in the team. According to him, people are rebellious by nature, and if they are given too much easily, they will get used to being given. Then one day, when they were not given what they asked for, they will be the first to betray. That is how humans are. Whether these guys are exceptional or not, Ziyu must continue to monitor them before giving them too much freedom. Now that the canyon is well established and ore-based, they just need to keep a low profile. Qing informs Ziyu that the silver centipede has been caught by the humans, and it has now become a test subject for gruesome experiments. Qing intends to absorb the soul of the silver centipede in a secret. In that way, she will be able to break through the First Order. Ziyu warns her that a spirit of the Second Order is no joke. If anything goes wrong, the spirit that she is trying to devour will backfire, and she will be swallowed by the centipede. Nevertheless, Qing is confident about her capabilities. Moving on, the ancient emperor crocodile has tried its best to suppress its temper ever since it evolved, until the dumbest baldhead decided to attack the crocodile and ruin peace for everyone. Well, the battle was, of course, one-sided. The badger lost, but its strength has reached the peak of the 7th level. Then the monkey and the boar also climbed to the 7th level, one after another. As for the birds, except for the useless crane, the 8 peregrine falcons have reached their 8th level. The 4 wind wolves have added new members to their pack, and now they have 30 members. Ziyu's wishes are coming to fruition. It's just the beginning of the journey to create his own kingdom. Anyway, on a starry night, Ziyu gathers everyone in front of him. Ziyu tells them that they have each reached their peak, but he cannot give them eternal protection. They must go outside to train. But not all of them need to go. Only those who have leveled up can leave the territory to become stronger. Ziyu orders the red fox, the bison, and the crocodile to leave the territory. The white tiger howls, implying that it also wants to go. But Ziyu knows that the tiger is stupid and will cause a lot of trouble for him if it's left alone. Ziyu names the red fox with 9 tails and says that is the strongest amongst all of them. Then he names the bison the bull demon and gives him the number 2 rank. The dumb tiger is named the dumb tiger, but it gets rank number 3. And lastly, the emperor crocodile is placed in 4th place because it joined Ziyu's team, the latest. Ziyu informs them that from now on, they will be active as his 9 monsters. This new order of 9 monsters only has 3 members currently because the others aren't strong enough yet. Lastly, Ziyu warns them not to go to human cities. The bull demon wishes to stay beside Ziyu, so he lets the bull stay. On the other side, Qing is looking at her teacher's latest test experiment, the silver centipede. For this test subject, the body was cut to the head, but it's still alive. Ching proposes a deal to the silver centipede. She gives it two choices. Either live as only a head until it gets used up and thrown out, or be absorbed into her and live inside of her. Tough choice. Ninetails and the crocodile have left their master's shadows. It's up to them now if they ever want to return to Ziyu again. As usual, everyone is busy doing their own work. Chin is busy teaching the dumb tiger to be more civil. The wolves are transporting the spiritual ores, while the badger is slacking off to get his ass whooped by Ziyu. Ziyu, as usual, is busy building up his own strength. He strengthens his willow blade attack to level 2 and tries cutting off his own roots. Leveling up his attack has greatly enhanced his power and range, but it's exhausting at the same time. The condition of using his willow attack is to extract the spiritual power and visualize it to launch the attack. Ziyu opens the system to see his current stats. His earth controlling level, branch roots, mutant roots, hallucinogenics, fog spread, and willow braids are all at level 2 except the main tree root, which is still at the first level. He wishes to upgrade it, but that requires 100,000 evolutionary points. So he upgrades the fog spreads as a cheap solution. Since Chin has a sixth sense as her supernatural power, she senses a dragon, and just like that, a white western dragon comes there to attack. Well, it's just an illusion created by Ziyu's mist. He keeps messing with them and then wants to do the same with Ching too, but she hasn't come back for a while, so Ziyu wonders when Ching will be coming back. Right then, his crotch starts shining. Sadly, that's where Ching's spirit lives as well. It's actually Xiao Qing breaking through a new level. It seems that she absorbed the silver centipede at the Extraordinary Research Institute, which caused her to break through. At the same time, at the Research Institute, everyone wonders why Ling is glowing so much. To them, it's not possible for her to evolve since she was asleep just now. The teacher comes forward saying that she is definitely evolving and asks for a fire spirit stone. While Ziyu feeds Ching spirit his life essence, the teacher gives Ling's body the fire spirit stone. Combining both, her evolution is complete. Ching's spirit is at Ziyu's place, so Ling's body looks to be asleep. Ching excitedly destroys Ziyu's place to demonstrate her enhanced powers. The silver centipede was first, and now the blue centipede circles around her, showing that they have bonded together. Not only did she break through, but also figuratively turned the silver centipede into a weapon. More importantly, she seems to be more iconized by the centipede. What Ziyu has wanted to do for some time, he does in front of Ching. He creates demonic beasts using his mist to scare Ching, but she immediately sees through his tricks. She knows that these illusions have the power to attack using air pressure, but the power is not very strong and has only the strength of a medium mutant root. She belittles Ziyu, so Ziyu tells her that combining everything, his mist has strength compared to the extraordinary second rank. After showing off, Ziyu asks if she is envious of it. However, Ching snaps her finger and removes the mist, showing how useless his tricks are. Ziyu doesn't know what his next move is going to be. He's totally defeated by Ching. Ching sympathizes with him and gives him a spirit stone. The spirit stone can not only obscure his spiritual connection with his fog beast, but also strengthen them. Ziyu takes the spirit stone and instantly the monster grows, more realistic and ferocious. After obscuring them completely, Ching tells Ziyu that she has something else to show him. A city near the ocean is attacked by a large number of sea monsters. Mankind has retaliated using its military weapons. Bullets are fired, bombs have been thrown on the beasts. Still, mankind is not on the winning side. One of the pilots on the fighter jets notices a high-grade monster named a giant crab. The pilot begs for support for the Freedom Federation. But they won't be coming here to sacrifice themselves. The crab enters the city and destroys everything in its path. Thousands of people have become homeless, and even more have died. Maybe these mutated beasts are repaying humans for the animal cruelty they have done for millennia. On the lighter side, one of the peregrine falcons goes to the Research Institute to get a certain thing from Ching. It's the first time the falcon is seeing Ching because no one else expects Ziyu to be able to see her spiritual form. The falcon hugs Ching tightly and afterwards takes the mysterious mechanism to deliver it back to Ziyu. After some time, Ziyu gets his hand on the can. He takes a look around and finds a switch. Opening the switch, a mutant baby ant pops out of the can. The golden ant looks to be on the verge of death. Ching appears in her spiritual form and becomes irritated since Ziyu didn't wait for her. Ziyu, however, is the master of excuses and manages to get away with it. She explains carefully that this ant is a miracle producer by her teacher after sacrificing hundreds of millions of other ants. If it hadn't been for the fact that it had only a few days left to live, the professor wouldn't have given it to her for the final dissection. Listening to her, Ziyu gets the impression of something special from the ant. Because of the experiments conducted on the ant, it has exceptional abilities too. So this is sort of a blessing in disguise. Ziyu commended Qing for outdoing herself before feeding the ant his life essence juice. His juice has become so strong that the ant may explode into pieces, so he dilutes it in some fresh water beforehand. The dying ant opens its eyes and looks to be completely healed. It also starts evolving at the same time and almost takes the shape of that Pokemon Scyther. Anyway, its innate ability is a heaven-shaking power that's 100 times stronger than that of ordinary ants. Its ability is its sharp scales, which can cover the whole surface with a layer of golden scales like armor. Ziyu attacks the ant to see how fast it is. The ant dodges swiftly, showing its incredible agility. The golden ant kneels to Ziyu for giving it the gift of life and offers his fealty to him till the end of its days. Ziyu becomes surprised seeing that the ant can talk even at such a low level. The white tiger, who's at a much higher level than the ant, looks at the ant in awe. The ant insults the dumb tiger, so it runs away while crying. Moving on, Ziyu assigns the ant of the 5th rank under his command and orders it to go to the underground cave to learn more about the rules of this society. In addition, Ziyu gives the ant the name Flash because of its godly speed. Qing says that Flash has witnessed the tragic deaths of countless compatriots in the human laboratory. Moreover, its heart is full of wounds after going through countless experiments. She's afraid that the stronger Flash becomes in the future, the more it will be unable to suppress its anger towards humanity. At least it won't turn on Ziyu. If only they knew Ziyu was human in his past life. Meanwhile, Qin is very busy consoling the white tiger. The hunter and the prey have become friends. Speaking of hunters and prey, the crocodile has accidentally evolved after devouring a giant mutated snake. That's a bad thing because the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau will be able to locate it by detecting its aura. And so they do. The commander of the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau sends the coordinates to the Air Force and gives permission to obliterate the beast. At this moment, the crocodile's ally, Ziyu, is busy playing with his fog beasts. What a disappointment of a hero. The military air force is on its way to the crocodile's location while he is evolving. The crocodile realizes that there are secret cameras pointed at him, so it destroys those cameras first. The commander informs the Air Force team to annihilate the crocodile directly and orders them to deploy long-range missiles at the same time. Qing brings the news to Ziyu that the crocodile's whereabouts have been discovered, and dozens of combat aircraft have been called for the attack. They even dispatched the extraordinary troops to the location of the crocodile. Ziyu wonders how it was discovered, since it isn't that careless. Qing explains that it was discovered during the breakthrough, although the crocodile isn't that much of a high-level threat compared to the silver centipede. The Federation is so scared of it, because of its ancestral genes, that they have announced an all-out attack. Qing must go, as she is on standby, so Ziyu is left alone to think of a solution. He calls the peregrine falcons comrades, as they are his first comrades. Ziyu desperately asks for their help to get back to the Emperor Crocodile. He believes that at their speed it will be difficult for humans to threaten them. Furthermore, he instructs them to hold down the planes following the crocodile and snip them off if necessary. So, they go faster than speeding bullets to rescue the Emperor Crocodile. The Air Force is already here and has started to launch attacks. The Extraordinary Unit's group leader tells the team that the Air Force is luring the crocodile to the place where they are going to land. Their mission is to fight the crocodile to death. One of the members of this team is Qing. Which side will she choose? At the Psychic Monitoring Station, a co-officer asks the commander if it's really necessary to go all out and fight it this much. The Air Force isn't as strong as the Extraordinary Unit, so he intends to leave all the work to them. But that's not possible according to the commander, because the Institute of Biology asserts that the crocodile has retroactively ancient genes, which means it will grow even stronger if it's not stopped now. A month ago, the Freedom Commonwealth was turned upside down by an ancient titan eel. Then an ancient crab from Sakura country destroyed an entire coastal city. So, if this crocodile is spared, then in the future it will wreak havoc. The crocodile decides to fight back at last. It rolls a boulder with its tail and yeets it towards the airplanes. After repeating a few times, one of the crocodile's boulders collides with a missile, causing a lot of smoke. This smoke blocks the military's vision. It's a golden opportunity for the crocodile to escape. It throws a few more boulders at them as a distraction and gets away from the battlefield. It's still not out of sight though, so the Air Force starts using bombs on it to shoot it down. The crocodile takes heavy damage and stops for a moment because of exhaustion. So the Air Force opens fire and shoots all of their ammunition at the crocodile. As all the bombs and missiles rain down on the crocodile, it calls for its master, ZU. Every human is holding their breath, waiting for their imminent victory against this monster. Countless bombs and missiles have rained down on the Emperor Crocodile. Most of the air unit ran out of ammunition because of this all-out attack. The last bomb is also shot at the crocodile. The commander holds her breath for the results, but she has to face even more enemies now. The system reports that there are 8 creatures approaching the battlefield, and their spiritual power is between 8 and 9,000. The system, however, doesn't identify the creatures because they are too fast to be detected. It's actually ZU's special force, the 8 Peregrine Falcons. With 4.6 Mach speed, the Falcons arrive at the battlefield. The commander loses contact with all of their air units. In mere seconds, the human battle plan has failed. The crocodile has gone missing as well. While the humans are disappointed, Ching feels relieved. The crocodile swims swiftly in the river to go back to his master, while the falcons glide right above it. They reach their home, the Bayou Gorge, finally. The Emperor Crocodile has suffered lots of injuries. Flash hears the news that the humans caught the crocodile when he was about to evolve and tried to kill it for no reason. It becomes truly resentful towards humans. The Emperor Crocodile rushes to meet with its master, ZU. ZU notices that there is a GPS on the crocodile, so he quickly destroys it. After that, ZU takes a look at the crocodile's wounds. He notices that the military has used armor-piercing projectiles, so he tells the crocodile not to fight with its body again. Then ZU poured his life essence into all of the holes of the crocodile. Human ammunition can cause extraordinary damage to a first-order transcendent. That ZU has realized now. The crocodile explains that the armor-piercing missile was not a big problem for him, but they have a missile that can stiffen muscles. The crocodile tries to cheer up ZU by gifting him a mysterious egg that was inside his mouth. It tells ZU that this is a snake's egg. Unfortunately, the crocodile wasn't able to save the monster, so the egg must go to the proper parent. Thus, ZU was chosen. The crocodile adds that this egg also has the ice element talent, and he also found an ice spirit grass beside the egg. So, it's a win-win. ZU literally has something to do with snakes. Anyways, after holding the egg, ZU feels how icy and cold it is. He feels the strong spiritual power emanating from it. It also seems that it's capable of surpassing the strength of the war axe snake. The commander hasn't given up though. She scouts the nearby areas, and after using the GPS that was attached to the crocodiles, she finds a foggy mountain on the top according to the coordinates. The fog turns into a vortex, which grows her suspicions even more. She zooms in on the map and sees that the lower right part of the fog looks like a tree. She checks again to see if there is life there. Since there is a mountain where the crocodile escaped to, it has to be investigated by the Air Force. Moreover, this place could be a habitat for mutant beasts as well. She informs the Bureau to list this mountain as a red zone and orders them to send troops to monitor the area. No matter how many sacrifices must be made, the commander needs the crocodile dead. Going to the mountains will definitely be the biggest mistake made by humanity. The military troops set up camp beside the foggy mountains. The troops are fully prepared for even a war. They have arranged a combat unit, a support unit, and even a medical unit. The armed troops have their eyes around so that no beasts dare to ambush them. But in the hidden corners where the soldiers' gaze does not fall, there's the Flash who dreams for his freedom. It wishes to defy this cruel world with a power from beyond. Its hatred towards humanity has led it here. In the meantime, ZU tells the Emperor Crocodile to go to the center of the Misty Mountains and claim land for himself. Then create a lake there. When the proper time comes, ZU promises to give the crocodile some life essence to create a healing lake. As planned, the crocodile starts moving even though it is in pain and goes on its way to the center of the mountain. Now that all humans know that there is a giant crocodile in the mountains, Ching asks Ziyu what they should do. Ziyu knows that it's only a matter of time before his identity is revealed. For now, the humans have only just discovered the existence of an emperor crocodile, so they can't do anything about that. However, Ziyu plans to use his frog beast to hide his existence. Ching informs him that the humans have also assembled a small team at the foot of this mountain and are preparing to enter at any moment. Ziyu has already noticed that, but he doesn't know what to do. The frightened soldiers put their lives aside, knowing that they would most probably die here, and stepped forth into the foggy mountains. One of the soldiers mysteriously goes the other way, which creates an issue. One of the soldiers tries to contact the camp, but he is squished into a pulp by one of Ziyu's fog monsters. Seeing the fog transition into a mighty dragon, the soldiers shoot at it, but a physical attack won't affect air. Someone better teach them some science next time. The bullets are useless against the fog, so one of the soldiers prepares a flamethrower. But Xiao comes there and knocks down those soldiers. According to the command given by Ziyu, Xiao has betrayed humanity to prove his loyalty to Ziyu. The Flash also enters the battlefield, questioning why the humans exude the stench of rotting flesh. With both Flash and Xiao joining the battle, the troops have no choice but to surrender their lives here. Ziyu and Ching watch from a distance as the battlefield turns into flames. Ching expresses her concern about the mountain and how its dangerousness will be exposed to the world. Ziyu tells her that it's impossible to hide forever. So, all they have to do now is show them the true horror of the mountain, so they will never come here again. Delaying their entry here is all Ziyu wants to do. If he did nothing though, the humans would have continued flocking to the mountains with impunity. Ching asks about the possessed soldier that acted weirdly at the beginning. Well, it's actually Ziyu's hallucinogenic ability that is causing his hallucinations. Ching is certain that when the humans come here next time, they won't be coming with a small army, but rather they will bring more powerful forces and superhuman units back here. If that's what's going to happen, Ziyu has no choice left but to go to war, if humans won't let him hide. They will not be left alive to disturb his peace. After this battle, the rumors about the mountain that is full of mist all year around spread throughout the surrounding cities. Rumors that it's a mountain that keeps people walking in circles and whose fog turns into mythical creatures also spread around quickly. Not only that, there is a giant crocodile there, but also evolved living fog beasts too. Moving on from the correct speculations, the crocodile has made a big spiritual lake following the orders of Ziyu. Only 10 drops of life essence was poured into the lake, but it's still as effective as ever. Now it has become a paradise for everyone. Ziyu has evolved his branches so much that they almost look like hands. The strength and speed of his branches have increased significantly. His one single branch can now split into several branches in an instant as well, which greatly helps catching the targets. Strengthening branches is one thing for Ziyu, but strengthening his roots is almost an impossible task because of how expensive it is. Even his main root costs 100,000 evolution points. He just doesn't know how long it will take to evolve. Well, if he saves up his evolution points, then not much. But this impatient, no-good tree never does. To confirm my judgment, he uses all his evolution points to strengthen his branches. After doing that, Ziyu's spiritual power is about 490,000. Wait, it's over 9,000? That's a Dragon Ball reference if you didn't catch it. Anyways, Ziyu feels that he needs to speed up to his next evolution. He once took things slow and steady in the past, but not now. Ziyu calls out the Emperor Crocodile using telepathy and asks him what he found in the river while he was out alone. The Emperor Crocodile thinks for a while and then tells him everything that he knows. The Great River is treacherous and unpredictable. Even with the strength of the crocodile, he didn't dare stay there for long. The water flow of the Great River has also the power to suppress fluctuations in spiritual power. But the crocodile still felt the existence of the transcendental second order and above in that river. In the city Z, the soldier who lost his mind is locked in a secret facility owned by the government. The commander of the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau is also there with the captain. The only useful clue that they have right now is that the mist from the mountain can turn into a vicious beast. The captain assembles the army and the superhuman troops, as well as the extraordinary 10 heroes of the Federation. For an all-out war, he announces that this upcoming battle will be under his personal command. Let's not forget what happened the last time he took personal command in the mountains. Yeah, he got his puny ego whooped by the four-winged wolves. Maybe the captain has forgotten about it. He says that the Emperor Crocodile is almost the top 3 of all mutated beasts ever discovered. So even if there are only ashes left of it, he wants to burn that mountain to the ground. Ziyu asks the Emperor Crocodile again about the great river that it explored. The crocodile explains that it didn't go any deeper in the river because it felt a terrible sense of oppression. The crocodile suspects that there are more than just second-order transcendence in the depths of that river. Maybe there's even a third-order transcendental existence. The possibility of a third-order transcendental already existing almost ruins Ziyu's plan. The big river is not as simple as a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. And now there's the possibility of the existence of a powerful being living there? Still, Ziyu wants to bring that river into his territory. He definitely needs strong allies. Maybe one of those strong beings inside the river will become one of his allies. Moreover, bringing the river into his territory will give him the means of fighting against human beings in the future. The great river connects directly to the sea, which will provide many opportunities for Ziyu to rise if he brings it into his territory. The Emperor Crocodile approves of Ziyu's nasty plan and suggests sending a honey badger, an armored boar, the 2nd and 5th brothers, and themselves to conquer the mountain range first, because the crocodile is already at the first level of transcendence. Humans will sense its spiritual strength if it makes a move. The mountain range is right by the river, and it will be the best to use that place as training grounds for the badger and the gang there. And in case of any emergencies, the crocodile will be able to keep an eye on them from the edge and protect them if necessary. Ziyu didn't imagine in his wildest expectations that the Emperor Crocodile to be so thoughtful. He acknowledges the crocodile's suggestion and puts him in charge of this hunt. The crocodile already knows what to do. Leave the prey alive for Ziyu so that he can kill them to gain evolution points. And if he runs into some creature with good talent, bring them back for recruitment. Everything is sorted out between them. Before the Emperor Crocodile takes his leave, Ziyu gives him some of his life essence in case something bad happens. Now that Ziyu has completed the battle arrangements, it's time to build an entire city in the underground. According to Ziyu's architectural plans, his city will have 3 floors. When opened, it will connect the entire underground tunnel. Thanks to the wind wolves, the transportation of the necessary materials to build is going very smoothly. In addition to the mutated mice that Ziyu sent before, the cave is now expanding faster than ever. Following Ziyu's orders, a water source was brought in. A tall bridge was made that leads to all of the chambers. The number of rooms and training slots that were also increased as much as possible. As for the light source, a spirit stone can also act as a source of light, for not only illuminating the underworld but also nourishing followers and plants. Xiao has helped substantially with his human intellect, so Ziyu thanks him for all the help. Xiao asks if he can bring Qin and Leng here to help him, but they haven't pledged their loyalty to Ziyu, so he can't trust them yet. Xiao becomes concerned about this matter and asks if Ziyu will kill them if they don't show loyalty to him. Ziyu takes a moment to think of his answer and tells him that even if he wanted to kill Qin and Leng, the little guys who he adores the most won't agree. Ziyu is currently at war with the human race, and it's up to Xiao and the other humans to decide whether he wishes to stay or leave. Ziyu still hopes that, for the sake of his companions, Xiao won't sell any information to the humans. A few moments later, a dazzling light illuminates the whole area. Ziyu realizes that the snake egg that the Emperor Crocodile gifted him is about to hatch. A beautiful mutant white snake comes out of the eggshell with a born talent of the ice element. Qing jumps around with the white snake, saying that it resembles snow. Although Ziyu is at war with the humans, he has time to play with children. While Ziyu is busy playing around, there are things happening on the other side of the mountain. The expedition unit with the following members has arrived to conquer the mountains up ahead. The white tiger, the demon bull, the flash on top of the demon bull, the monkey, the armored boar, and the baldy badger. The Emperor Crocodile gives the expedition unit instructions on how to conquer the place as quickly as possible. Their first task is to capture all the enemy forces and bring them back here alive. The Flash goes ahead first on the hunt. The white tiger kills the Bengal tiger. The ant kills the elephants. Their expedition seems to be going well, but they are being spied on by a first-order transcendent chameleon. With the opponent's power to camouflage, will these rookies be able to defeat it? Frog is playing his favorite game in the middle of the night in his room, and he struggles to win so as to gain more points in the game. He rapidly taps the mouse so as to defeat an opponent in the game. He sees the breasts of one of the toys in his room and calls them big, and also notices that the boss in the game is very big, and all big moves are released. He becomes worried while playing the game because the priest stacked the hardening buff on him, and continues to tap and tap his keyboard mouse so that he can defeat his opponent in the game. Eventually, he defeats them, which gives him his victory in the game, and he proceeds to chat with members of his guild. Frog's guild has 6 members, and some of them are the Little Prince. Brother Strong Wind can't beat them, the Hero, Darley, and Frog Boy. Brother Strong Wind goes ahead to tell them that the leader of the guild is awesome, and they should all stick with him, and also informs them that with the help of the new leader, they were able to defeat the new version of the boss. Brother Strong Wind has the occupation of a sprinter. Can't Beat Them also says that their leader, Frog Boy, is amazing, and he will be there in time for the team battle tomorrow, and tells Frog Boy to lead the way, and he's the pet master among them, which is his occupation. The Little Prince also thanks her members for not looking at her low level, and tells them that their leader is very nice, and she loves him. Frog Boy also thanks them all, and informs them that he will be leading the team with both the mage and the warrior, and his occupation is Crazy Warrior in the game. He informs them that the mage number is the number 1 in the district, but one of his members motivates him and tells him that he can do it since he is invincible and amazing. He suddenly lightens up and informs them to celebrate their guild to the team battle champion in advance. Frog immediately wishes he was that popular in real life, seeing the way he is being praised and loved in the game by members of his guild. Frog is a timid and cowardly college student who has no height, no appearance, and no financial strength. He also has a name similar to that of a character in the comic that he likes very much. They also have similar characteristics that they share together. Frog also thinks about getting everyone's attention, just like in the game, so that he will be loved by all the girls in school and become a very popular figure in his school. He began to fantasize how the ladies in his school would rush after him and demand his number, and he would tell them to calm down and not rush after him. Suddenly, Frog receives a mail from the game, and he begins to wonder who can message him in the late hour of the night. Frog checks the mail and notices that it is one of the members of the game who had just joined the guild. Frog suddenly asks him why he's looking for him, since the copy is finished. The Little Prince suddenly asks if Frog will be free on Saturday, and asks him if he would love to go on a date. Frog immediately becomes surprised and begins to fantasize once again about how the date will go, and will picture the prince in a rough, manly-looking manner. And he immediately becomes very disgusted. He immediately asks himself if that was a fake little prince, and immediately calls himself to order, and says he should not think in a negative way since he does not have money nor beauty, so he should not be bothered about anything. Frog begins to tell himself that if he does not want to be an introvert anymore, he has to make a move. Frog messages the princess and agrees to meet her at the park. Frog screams from the room in his apartment and wakes up one of his neighbors, who also shouts and wonders who will be making such loud noises in the middle of the night. The next day, Frog's alarm wakes him up, and he immediately wakes up and prepares to head to the park to meet with the princess. Frog gets to Huxin Park, and he begins to wait for the traffic sign so he'll be able to cross the road. While waiting, he begins to adjust his hair and tend to the flowers he has for his supposed date that he plans to meet at the park. Frog's legs begin to shake as he begins to walk into the road very slowly. He begins to ask himself how he feels at the moment, and notices that the closer he gets to the place, the faster his heartbeat and the more his legs shake. He continues to think about how he has been bullied in school and how he has always planned to leave immediately. But there is so much excitement and anticipation in his heart that it's about to burst out of his body. He begins to fantasize again on how his date is going to be as he dances with her. He continues to imagine, but all this while, he's just about to take his first step into the road. Suddenly, the traffic light turns red, and Frog did not notice it and continues to daydream while walking into the road. He continues to tell himself about how he is content to feel the thrill of love just before it breaks. He begins to see it as a new step from not being an introvert. While daydreaming, people tried calling his attention to the incoming truck coming towards his direction, but to no avail. He was so lost in thought. The truck draws nearer, and the truck driver continues to blow his horn, but Frog still continues to advance and is so lost in thought. Suddenly, the driver tries to avoid him, but still hits him, and the flowers from his hand suddenly drop from his hands and fall to the road. The driver parks his truck and rushes towards him to see how he is doing. The driver begins to call for help while others rush into the road to assist him. They all run towards him and see how badly injured he is as they begin to call for help. Frog begins to notice how everything is so quiet because of his current situation. Frog's vision suddenly becomes blurry, and he tells himself that he has no regret apart from staying indoors and playing video games because he has not had time to do anything. He suddenly blanks out and notices he's in another space. Frog wakes up and notices something talking to him. He asks who it is, and it tells him that it is his system. Frog tells him that he just got hit by a car, and in response, his system tells him that he has been reborn into a new world. The system tries to explain to him about all that is happening, and Frog suddenly begins to panic about everything that's happening, and begins to tell his system to take him back to his world. The system then tells him to calm down, and informs him that he has been placed in a new body. Frog, in response, shouts at his system that he does not want to listen to anything he has to say, but instead, he wants to go home. The system immediately orders him to calm down and tells him to accept the reality of being born into a new world. Frog calms down and begins to listen to all the system has to say, and the system tells him to get used to his new body. Suddenly, the environment changes and Frog suddenly notices a lot of snails staring at him and begins to wonder why. He suddenly looks and becomes surprised that he has turned into a mushroom, and the style of art changes suddenly as he continues to scream. Frog becomes very worried and wonders how he has turned into a mushroom. He begins to tell himself that he is in a dream and watches how the snails continue to stare at him. He watches how the snails begin to eat grass and they all stare at him, and he suddenly becomes very nervous. The system suddenly welcomes him to Brave Mainland, and he continues to look around. The system suddenly tells him that it understands his feelings very well, and he knows it's very difficult to accept at a time. The system also informs him that the game has already started and there is no time, and instructs him to use the data format to transfer everything to his mind, since there's no time to inform him step by step. Frog becomes surprised and asks what game and data he's talking about. The system then begins to tell him a story about how they are differences, and the same natural ecology between different regions, and how they are referred to as a brave mainland. The system goes on to tell him about how humans and monsters can coexist together in harmony, and how strong monsters will help humans do heavy work. The system also tells him about how humans and monsters were friends until a demon named Golem has upset the balance. It tells him that Golem is the ultimate demon, regarded as the master and leader of all demons. It also tells him how Golem led an army to attack the human territory. In order to resist the attack of the monsters, the humans have also begun to build strength, and a large number of guilds have also emerged at the time to come together to conquer the monsters. And through the efforts of the 6 strongest braves in the legend, the great demon god Golem was sealed away. The system also informs Frog that the powers of Golem are really powerful. They decided to seal it in 6 different places, which are the Castle of Time, the Colorful Desert, the Underwater World, the Wind Valley Grassland, the Pulse Volcano, and the Land of the Dead. After the great demon god was sealed, the Brave Mainland can only be considered as returning to its former peace for a while, because humans and monsters have completely broken from then on. And even if Golem is sealed, his disciples are still running around trying to cause chaos and riot, and trying to resurrect their leader, Golem. Frog receives all this data to his mind, and the system tells him that if the great demon god Golem is resurrected, then the Brave Mainland will be overwhelmed. And in order to prevent that, he will be selected and summoned. The system informs Frog that the mission is about to start, and if he has any questions, he should ask him. Frog immediately asks the system if he can prevent the resurrection of the great demon god Gollum. Then he can return to the original world, and in response, the system tells him, bingo. Frog becomes angry and asks the system why it turned him into a mushroom, since he has such a crazy task to complete, and he begins to jump around, but he suddenly slips and falls on the floor. The system advises him to hurry up and get used to his new body, as the task is about to begin. Frog begins to struggle to get up, and he asks the system if it can make him a goblin or a skeleton soldier, as if it's very difficult for him to return over as a mushroom. He tries to stand up and suddenly falls down again. Frog begins to cry, and he begins to wonder how a mushroom can defeat the devil, as he can no longer go back. The system tells him that no matter how the player decides, the game will continue when it starts. The system immediately gives him his first mission, which is to stay alive within the stipulated time, and the system begins to count down, and all the snails suddenly rush into hiding. The system successfully counts down and informs him that they are coming. Frog becomes very surprised and begins to wonder who's coming. Suddenly, a door opens behind Frog, and a group of humans rush out from the portal behind him and begin to advance towards him. Frog manages to jump from where he was lying down to the back of the tree to hide, and asks himself that since he is a monster, the rookie braves here are to hunt him. He also sees the sticks used by the rookies and what they will be used for in the game. Frog watches as one of the rookies uses his stick to hit a snail. The rookie says he uses his mom's laundry pole and he can kill a red snail in seconds. He also sees how another rookie uses a stone very powerful to smash the shell of a snail, which makes other snails very scared. One of the snails tries to escape from the humans, but they picked him up and plan to raise him, but she transfers him to a storage pot, so as to use to upgrade herself in the game to collect materials and transfer them jobs. Frog continues to watch how the snails are being destroyed by the humans and tells himself that he did not feel like playing before. But his vision has changed because the humans are demons to the monsters. Suddenly, one of these snails uses his power to hit one of the rookies and drops his power directly to 0. Frog also watches as he will be teleported back to the rookie village. The other rookies become very surprised at how a single snail could send the life of a human to 0. Frog watches and notices that he is a level 3 snail and sees he walks with a skateboard. And he loves his family very much. They all advance towards the snail and try to smash the shell of the snail. They all advance towards the snail and begin to hit it. But Frog notices that the snail has sent them back to the rookie village by reducing their lives to 0. Suddenly, one of the players of the game who is a level 4 beginner moves to attack the snail, since he was defeated by the snail the last time, but the snail bites the shoe of the player. But he's kicked off because the player has upgraded it and is making use of a leather boot, which is made from the skin of wild boars. The beginner tells the snail that without his skateboard he will lose speed, and he cannot beat him. Frog notices that he is using a very strong power sword that is iron sharp and light, but maintenance is required, otherwise it will rust. But the snail tells him that he will never admit defeat, even if it means to protect his family. Frog immediately shouts that the daddy snail can do it, but the beginner manages to kill the snail, and the beginner says it's very natural for junior transfers. The beginner finally gets the shell of the daddy snail. The system adds up his experience for killing the daddy snail and gives him a very large portion of snail meat. Frog then watches as he celebrates about finally being able to become a brave, and also becomes very worried about how he will be able to stay alive in such a place. Soon the gamers hear a noise coming from the grass, and they think there are more snails trying to hide from them, and they look into the grass. Frog becomes worried that they will kill him once they find him, because he has seen them hunt for snails, and the way they destroyed those snails scares him. Soon they find Frog. Immediately they scream and run for their lives, saying they found a mushroom monster. Frog becomes worried and begins to wonder why they are scared of him. He thinks he is the one who is scared of them, and why would they be scared of him being an ordinary mushroom? Immediately the system replies to him that they will be scared of him because he does not know the abilities and skills he possesses, and that if he wants to know about his level and abilities, he should open the attributes bar. Frog replies to the system and tells it that he doesn't know how to open the attributes bar. And how would he open the bar? The system then proceeds to open the bar for him. Once the system opens the bar, Frog is able to see his level and the level of other competitors and monsters in the game they are playing. He sees that the snail monsters are in level 1, and that is the reason why they were easily killed by the rookies in the beginning. He also sees that the daddy snail is level 3, and is stronger than the other snails, so that he was able to defend them. The rookie brave are at level 4, which is higher than the daddy snail, and the snail monster, that's why they were able to defeat the snail and the daddy snail. Frog immediately notices that he is the highest ranked player in the table, and immediately sees the reason why the other players are afraid of him. This gives Frog a whole lot of confidence to now be able to play the game, and informs the system to show him the list of skills that he has, so that he will be able to challenge the rookie brave. Frog checks out the identification skill and notices that he can directly see the level and introduction, which can effectively collect information and intelligence. Frog sees it as a very convenient skill to use. He also checks the mushroom Ting Ting and begins to wonder if it's an attack skill, and wonders if it also consumes. He sees the skills he has in his skill list and immediately feels proud of himself, seeing that no one can challenge him in Rookie Village. He also says it's enough to make him dominate the entire Rookie Village since they are beginners. He begins to think of a very strong and strategic way that he would be able to dominate Rookie Village with his skills. He thinks to himself that he felt because he's a mushroom that it would be difficult for him, and that he didn't realize that there's an opportunity to set him up in the Rookie Village. And now that he knows the kind of skills that he possesses, it would be very easy for him. He calls out asking where his prey is. Frog calls himself a monster as he has accepted his fate as a monster. He thinks to himself that the Braves would see how great he is. Meanwhile, the Braves are hunting for snails, and they are battling with a shell. One of them says she sees how the snail was shrinking into the shell. Then the other replies to her and tells them not to worry about it, and that he will make the snail come out by punching the shell. Suddenly, Frog pounces on the Braves using his mushroom Ting Ting skill. Killing 2 of the Braves, he begins to admire his skills, and says it's too easy defeating the Braves, and immediately receiving a boost of his experience level. And as soon as the last Brave comes out and asks what has happened, and immediately when the Brave sees Frog, the Brave becomes scared and wonders why Frog is there. And it isn't time for the monsters yet, and why is there such a mushroom monster? The Brave quickly becomes afraid and takes a suspending rope and uses it to sway and climbs the cliff. The Braves immediately reach the top of the cliff and begin to panic. He immediately asks himself that the time for the monsters has not arrived yet and wonders why there is such an advanced monster as a mushroom monster already in the game. After seeing that the Brave is scared of him, Frog goes ahead to threaten the Brave and tells him he cannot run away from him. Then Frog decides to go after the Brave and tries to climb the rope in order to get to the cliff. But due to the fact that he has no limbs, he couldn't hang onto the rope. After several attempts, he gives up and tells the Brave that he would let him go, since there are a lot of other rookies. He thinks to himself that there's a lot of work in being a monster, as he finds it very difficult. The Brave looks down at Frog and watches him move away from the cliff and calms down. As Frog turns to go, he suddenly feels a huge pain on his head. He looks back and tells the rookie that he is trying to pick a fight with a high-leveled monster like him. He also sees that the rookie throws a rock and has also called other rookies to support him in order to defeat the mushroom monster. He notices that they are level 2 and level 3 beginners. Frog becomes very surprised and asks the rookie beginner why he has brought other members from the Rookie Village to come and challenge him. The rookie also tells him about how good the idea is because shortcuts can upgrade faster, and the income is very high. Frog proceeds to tell him that they will not work, and they will not be able to kill him because it's very difficult to stop him. And he immediately turns to them and tells them he is not an ordinary monster, and begins to charge towards them in order to fight them for the first time ever since he came into the game. Immediately, Frog pounces on them and is about to hit them when one of the rookies who is a beginner uses a shield which is 8 times stronger, and it was crafted with thick wooden boards, which are very heavy to hold, and its owner needs a strength of over 5+ or more to be able to use it. It also gives them an advantage over Frog, but the rate at which Frog pounces on them makes the shield break. Seeing that Frog is weak, the rookie tells the other rookie to take advantage of Frog's weakness and build an array in order for them to escape. The rookie calls out for the other two rookies and then tells them to leave as he trusts the rookie to defeat Frog. The rookie tells them that he will take care of Frog, and immediately the rookie starts throwing stones at Frog to increase the damage they have done to Frog's body to get more points. Frog becomes angry and tells them that he will not spare them. The remaining rookies throw stones at Frog in order to make him weak. They continue to throw stones with their turbo power at Frog, and he notices that his health continues to reduce by 2, which makes him panic and he begins to think and act quickly. Frog then talks to himself and tells himself that monsters are not as flexible and free. This makes it uncomfortable for him to face tactics. Soon he sees that he can restore his skills back, so Frog restores his skills and charges at the rookies with his mushroom ting-ting power and uses it to hit the rookies. One of the rookies threatens to kill Frog, and the other rookies cheer him on. The rookie then jumps and tries to hit Frog on his head with a sword. And as the other rookies see this, they tell the rookie to go ahead and hurt Frog with the sword. The rookie then goes ahead to hit Frog with the sword, and immediately Frog feels pain all over his head, and he becomes very hurt. Then he suddenly remembers that when he plays video games, he could use the strength of his enemy to defeat the enemy. Since he has done that a lot, he remembers the tactics he did use in the game world. He knows that he has to bring all his enemies together in order to defeat them. But before he could do anything, the rookies begin to kick him, and his health power begins to reduce drastically. Soon, Frog begins to vomit his soul out as a result of the beatings the rookie braves gave him, and soon Frog becomes unconscious. The rookies begin to wonder if they have killed Frog for real, as he's not moving anymore. Seeing this, the rookies become excited that they have killed a mushroom monster, and that everyone would be surprised when they come back to the rookie village. Suddenly, one of the rookies, who is a level 2 player, notices that she has not gained any experience bars, and she asks the others why she hasn't gotten any experience bars yet. She asks if it was because her level is different from the others. Before the others could answer, Frog suddenly opens his eyes and laughs at them and begins to tell them that he has been pretending all along. He tells them that he pretended to be dead to bring them all together so that they would be defenseless, and that the rookies would not understand, as it is an advanced trick meant for only monsters like him, and immediately he pounces on them and hits all of them one after the other and kills them. After killing all the rookies, Frog's experience bar and skills begin to shoot up as he gains more points by killing the rookies also. The system congratulates him and tells him his level is about to increase. Immediately, he begins to feel an upgrade as he starts to glow and all his injuries disappear. The system also brings up Frog's property bar, and he sees that he's already ranked as a level 6 mushroom monster. He also sees that his health power has increased. He talks to himself, telling himself that he feels nice to upgrade, as all his wounds and scars have disappeared. He also talks about being lonely and invincible, but he consoles himself by praising himself for killing the rookie braves. He feels proud and tells himself that once he gets out of the rookie village, he would be able to play the boss at full level. He laughs and also adds that the author of the game can change the whole plot to a light novel of full-level wild monsters. Suddenly, there's a huge lightning bolt from the sky, and it almost hits Frog as he wonders what's wrong with the weather. Almost immediately, Frog hears someone referring to him, saying that he has not changed his occupation yet, and he should also stop showing his horrible skills. When he turns to see who it is, he sees 3 players. One of them, who is a level 18 player, tells him of a mission that says a monster is destroying the rookie village, and that they did not know that it is just him, a mushroom monster. The second player, who is a level 17 player, tells the first player to quickly get rid of Frog in order to get a bounty. The third player, who is a level 12 player, says that if it were not for the mission with the 2 seniors, that he would not come back to Rookie Village. And also, he has missed getting bounties in Rookie Village. Frog becomes shocked and scared, seeing that the 3 players are in way higher levels than his own. The advanced players fire a small magic bullet at Frog to be able to stop him so as to increase their experience points, since they will be able to stop a powerful mushroom. Frog sees the incoming bullet and quickly thinks of a way to save himself from the small magic bullet, and he tries to dodge it, but the bullet hits the top of his mushroom head, and then goes on to destroy some parts of the bush in the forest, removing some of his health points. Frog notices how strong the attack was, and he also notices it's a magical attack, and he figures out he is in the Rookie Village. and he has seen an advanced person to do the task. Frog looks back and notices that the trees in the village have all been destroyed just by a single bullet from the advanced players, and this got him even more worried about completing his task. Frog begins to think about a way he can defeat them, and he finds out that all of the 36 strategies he has, running away was the best option for him so as to not be defeated by the advanced players in the rookie village. Frog then uses his maximum effort to try and run away from the players, but the leader of the brave finds it very rare that a mushroom of its kind will want to run away from them, and orders the rookie among them to take care of it. The rookie picks up his axe and promises his seniors that there will not be any problem to handle the task given him by the superior. The level 12 rookie then plans to use Frog to practice the new skills he just learned and strikes his axe on the earth, causing it to rumble and block the path Frog plans to use and escape from him. Frog hits the top of his mushroom head at the wall that has suddenly been created by the axe of the level 12 rookie, and it reduces his health by 10, causing him to fall on the floor. Immediately, the system gives a warning that his health is below 50%, and he should pay much more attention to replenishment so as to not lose the game. The level 17 player uses his bow and arrow to shoot Frog at the back, causing him to lose an additional health of 23. Frog falls to the floor, and the system indicates that it is game over for him after his life has drastically been reduced by the advanced players. The level 12 player tells Linda how good she is at archery and tells her how she will be wanted by the Condor Guild in the future Guild Build contest. Linda laughs and in response tells him that she does not think they will, but if they really want to invite her, she may really think about it. The level 18 player tells them to stop the BS and collect the mushroom monster so as to receive the bounty together. As they all continue to stare at Frog's dead mushroom body, the system asks Frog if he would love to use his resurrection coin, and Frog tells the system that he does not need to ask because he will obviously want to use it. Frog uses the resurrection coin, and immediately the system informs him that he has acquired a new skill, which is the Spore Eruption skill. Frog wakes up fully recovered and immediately uses his new skill and begins to release spores around him, blocking the advanced players from seeing him. The advanced players begin to cough, and the level 18 advanced player suddenly asks if the mushroom can also use a skill, as he has never seen or witnessed it before while dealing with mushroom monsters. Frog immediately uses his powers to once again try to escape within the whole spores, but Linda manages to see him and alerts the others that he is trying to escape, and they must hurry up and catch him. They all begin to use their powers to go after Frog, who is still trying to escape them all in the forest by moving around so as to not get caught by the members of the guild. While escaping from the advanced players, Frog checks in with the system and asks the system how much time he has left to stay alive, so as to be able to succeed in his mission. The system reminds him to try and stay alive, and he has 3 minutes left with hardening or limbs as rewards. Frog begins to strategize how he would go about surviving for the remaining 3 minutes and plans to get rewarded after completing the remaining 3 minutes, and his survivability will be greatly improved. Suddenly, he is obstructed by a bolt of lightning that stops him from running away from the advanced players, and Frog immediately noticed that they have arrived and lands on the floor in preparation to attempt to face the advanced players. Frog begins to wonder how they were able to see him so quickly, after he used a mushroom runner to cover the jungle so they would not be able to find him, and he begins to wonder how they did it. Suddenly, he sees an arrow pointing directly at the top of his head and immediately begins to panic and asks what's happening. Immediately, he notices that Linda, who is the level 17 advanced player, is making use of a prey tracking technique to be able to know the exact location of their prey, and he becomes very surprised at the kind of powers they use in playing. The prey tracking is a skill that allows the hunter to get its prey with magic attached, with the bow and arrow, and he can only mark at a time depending on his level. Linda also tells Frog that she does not know how he suddenly became alive again, but she knows that the target locked by the hunter is destined to become its only prey. The rookie immediately plans a surprise attack on Frog and tells him to die, but Frog immediately dodges it and falls backwards, hitting his head and rolling backwards. Frog, who has been badly injured, tells himself that his only resurrection coin has been used, and he will not be giving up the last chance he has to stop the advanced players. The advanced players then attempt a magic combo cut and fire it towards Frog, but he manages to dodge them and gets slightly cut, reducing his health by 18%. The cut also pulls down the tree and Frog becomes even more worried. Frog becomes very angry and furious and promises not to die like this, and for the second time uses the spore eruption to cover himself from the hunters. But Linda laughs and tells him that his trick will not work, because she's making use of a very strong arrow, and she's using magic to track him. Linda aims at him and tells him that with her mark, she can shoot him even with her eyes closed. Linda immediately fires the arrow, which takes down 2 trees to get to Frog, and hits him while trying to get away from the advanced players. Frog is hit by the arrow, and his life is totally reduced drastically, and he falls to the ground once again. Immediately, he is notified by the system that he is entering a near-death state, and his movement speed is reduced by 80%, and SP consumption is increased by 100% and cannot be recovered. The leader of the guild goes over to meet Frog and notices that his HP has begun to count down. And the rookie says that he is special because he does not only know the skills, but he also knows how to run and hide. The leader, who is a level 18 advanced player, then suggests it is killed immediately, so as to be sure it does not escape from them again. He begins to launch another small magic bullet at Frog, but the time is up and Frog survived the remaining 3 minutes, which makes him to successfully complete the task given to him. The birds begin to fly, and the leader is not happy because he was not able to finally kill him. Suddenly, they quickly remember about Rookie Village, and a portal immediately springs up from the sky, and they all become surprised. The rookie immediately admits how big the teleport array is, and the leader immediately yells that they all retreat from under the teleport array. Suddenly, a large number of mushrooms begin to fall from the array and onto the ground where the advanced players are. After seeing that the mushrooms are flying in from the giant teleport array, the level 12 rookie player sees this and tells the level 18 player that he cannot afford to miss this experience package, and he starts to slash the mushrooms into 2 with his axe. He suddenly goes into a tomahawk storm and uses his axe to crack a lot of the mushrooms in his path, and they begin to fall one after the other after being cracked by the rookie player. The player then says that it's like a no-win experience as he continues to gain experience for the damage he has done to the mushrooms. The level 18 player tells the 12 player that he is an idiot and does not know about the monster in the rookie village, and they are out, but continue to gain experience points because of the damages caused to the mushroom. In response, the level 12 player tells him not to be arrogant about being a fool and asks him if he blames him for that. He also tells him not to really see himself as a senior, because the temporary teams call them 1, and if he thinks he wants to go, he should go by himself. The level 17 player tells his boss to leave him alone, because there is a barrier protection in Rookie Village, and he cannot die. As they begin to leave, they tell him that they are about to leave, and he should not blame them if he dies. But in response, he tells them that he cannot believe them and calls them a bunch of idiots. He asks them why shouldn't he kill some monsters if they appear in front of him, or should he go ahead and die because of them? Suddenly, some mushrooms begin to appear from the portal again, and the level 12 player becomes very surprised and asks if they are not just a bunch of mushroom monsters. He suddenly looks back and sees the leader of the mushroom monsters living in the Crescent Bay. He has the ability to command the mushroom monsters, and he will lead his troops back to the Rookie Village after every 7 days, and he is said to find the secret of the lost mushroom. The level 12 player wonders what kind of mushroom it is and begins to ask for help, but he had no help, and the Mushroom King falls on top of the level 12 rookie player and kills him. Immediately, he is sent back to the Rookie Village by the system. The remaining members of his group notice this as he is being sent back to the village, and both agree that he deserves it, but at the same time they both know they cannot face the Mushroom King, and they continue to run for their lives. The mushrooms become very excited as they have been saved by their king, but Frog, that has been injured by an arrow, notices how strong the mushroom is, and asks if he has come to save him. The Mushroom King pulls out his sword and raises it to the fellow mushrooms, who continue to celebrate their king. The king ignores him and continues to march forward with the other members of his clan as they begin to hop forward with the king of the mushrooms. He began to feel weak as he begs them not to leave as he is simply ignored and continues to beg them because he's a mushroom like them. He notices a pig looking at him and he falls deeply unconscious. Frog becomes conscious and sees a fire burning in front of him. He thinks he's dead, but instead he is in a strange place. He stands and sees dead mushrooms around and suddenly becomes very scared about what might happen to him. He sees a rough-looking pig and he starts to understand what is going on after seeing the pig eating a mushroom. And suddenly the pig looks over to his side and he begins to shiver as he prays for the pig to face the mushroom it was eating. Immediately, the pig turns back and Frog begins to think that he had been dragged there by this pig to be eaten. Immediately, he starts to think of how he would escape or else he would be eaten by this vicious-looking pig, after seeing how the pig has successfully eaten other mushrooms that have been brought to the lair. Frog decides to run while the pig is busy eating other mushrooms so that he would not get eaten by the pig after it's done eating the remaining mushrooms. As Frog prepares to start leaving to save himself from being eaten by the pig, he feels a sharp pain in his lower body, and he's shocked to find out that his lower body is gone, and the pig has eaten up the lower part of his body to prevent him from escaping. Suddenly, the pig begins to approach him, and he begins to think on maybe he should lie flat and play dead, so as to not get discovered by the deadly-looking pig, and also to prevent him from being eaten any further. The pig begins to come closer to Frog, and he becomes very scared as the earth continues to rumble around him. The pig begins to stretch its mouth, and Frog continues to shake, wondering what the pig might be doing, or what it is planning to do. Suddenly, the pig vomits the other fragments from the other mushrooms back on his, so that he can heal after the battle he had with the rookies. Frog becomes very surprised at what the pig has done for him, and watches as the pig begins to move away from him. While thinking that was all, the pig begins to use its nose to push Frog on his body and kisses him, but Frog still remains stiff and continues to shake because he's afraid of being eaten by the pig. The pig begins to guard him and suddenly falls asleep during the night. The following morning, Frog has healed and has disappeared from where the pig had left him to heal. The pig notices it and begins to panic and tries to figure out where he might have wandered off to. The pig begins to look around, but Frog is nowhere to be found. The pig uses its nose to sniff around to see if it can pick up the scent from whereabouts of where Frog is. The pig suddenly remembers something and stops and immediately begins to run away from the cave and goes to wipe out the fire it made in the cave and goes out in search of Frog the mushroom. Frog is struggling to jump with his small body in order to get away from the pig. Frog is running for his life, and as he tells himself that he has to seize the moment to run and keep running because he cannot die by the pig, but instead by the boss, because it would actually be pretty depressing to get eaten by the pig. Suddenly, Frog notices an earthquake, and when he turns back to check what was happening, he sees the pig behind him and notices that the pig is running towards him. He becomes very scared and starts complaining that he cannot run or jump faster than the pig, seeing he does not have hands or legs and the pig could catch up to him. Frog then thinks of an idea. He does his spore eruption thinking the pig would go back, but instead the pig becomes happy and its nose becomes wide and it uses its nose to vacuum and suck away all the spores surrounding Frog. As soon as it's all gone, the pig is now able to see Frog, which makes him very scared, and this makes the pig very happy. Seeing this, the pig continues to chase Frog, and Frog continues to run to save himself while yelling for the system to help him. Hurriedly, Frog calls upon the system and asks if he completed the previous mission. The system replies to him that he did complete the previous mission, and that would Frog like to redeem his reward, which is to pick whether he will become hard or would be given a limb. After hearing what the system said, Frog starts to think about the hardening option, but he also thinks of how strong he would be if he has limbs. He thinks that if he becomes hard, he will not be able to be strong, but in the current situation he's in, he thinks if he has limbs, he would be able to run away from the pig. And so he concludes about going for the option for limbs, because it's more useful to get limbs so as to even improve help in his fighting also. The system now asks Frog if he has decided on his decision, and Frog tells the system he wants limbs. Immediately, his arms and legs suddenly start to grow out, and immediately it came to an end. Frog becomes very happy at his new hands and legs, but begins to wonder if he asked for limbs or just small bulges as limbs. He also asks the system if what was given to him were worthy to be called legs. He becomes frustrated and starts running with his small limbs because he has no choice but to make do with what the system has given him. Frog continues to run, also watching his pace so that the pig does not catch up to him so that he will be able to advance into the game. While running, he notices that the pig is catching up to him, which makes him very scared and insults the system and tells him to F off. The pig increases his pace and jumps and grabs him after all his effort to run. They both fall down and begin to roll away, but the pig uses its legs to bring a pause to their rolling and begins to mumble. Frog falls flat on the floor with the pig right beside him. The pig begins to lick Frog, and he begs the pig to give him a break and says thank you as he begins to cry. The piggy monster digs into the mushroom monster with her teeth and licks around it in pleasure, which discomforts the little mushroom. While she's doing this, she pulls the mushroom along and the mushroom's identification skill instantly activates. Piggy is a monster that lives in the Crescent Bay area. Over time, she has had to be watchful every time because she is mostly not safe. Piggy's kind has been hunted into extinction as food because of their delicious meat. She has a good sense of smell, and she's very gentle, except when she is hungry. She turns violent. As a level 10 monster, Piggy's defensive and thinking powers are around average, which is enough for her to be able to overpower a mushroom monster. The mushroom monster, still under Piggy's grip, identifies her powers and quickly opens her property bar to compare Piggy's powers against her own. The mushroom monster immediately goes wide-eyed, thinking about the little power she has, as she is only on level 6 and is no match for the Piggy monster. The mushroom skills have been upgraded, and the information it can see has increased. Yet she is skeptical about defeating the Piggy monster because the differences between their levels are still huge. The mushroom attempts to pull away from the Piggy monster's hold, as the Piggy monster continues to drag her towards the mouth of a cave, but the attempt is only futile. The Piggy monster pauses for a moment and is solemnly staring into the distance, thoughtfully, as if seeing something that the mushroom monster couldn't see. The Piggy monster sniffs around, and the mushroom wonders what it's doing. The mushroom calls to the Piggy monster, asking why she's suddenly quiet and if she's no longer eating her so that she can go away. As the mushroom was still waiting for a response, they both heard a loud and distinctive thud, and everything around them began to shake. The mushroom monster becomes scared, thinking that an earthquake is taking place. Everything instantly scattered and became distorted. Trees were cracking up and fumes were filling the air. The earth was shaking with a kind of scary aggression, and everything, including the mushroom monster, could not seek cover because they could not move. The fearsome earth movement continued and everything continued to shake and thud aggressively. The mushroom monster became extremely frightened. Not only could she not stand still, but the mushroom monster was also seeing everything in doubles. This was how much the earth was shaking badly. Meanwhile, when it started, the Piggy monster was nowhere to be found. It's not like the mushroom monster would have been able to check for her since they were both fighting alongside every other thing to stay alive. As the mushroom monster continued panicking in her place, the Piggy monster came running by and told it to run away also. In a string of curses and panic, the mushroom monster calls out to the Piggy monster to help her and not let her die in the place. Without stopping at all, the Piggy monster continued running for the exit, even though the whole place is still shaking. The debris were falling all around the Piggy monster, and she kept running hurriedly towards the entrance of the cave while dodging everything that was falling over. At this point, the mushroom monster is flying around the place according to the movement that is taking place. Suddenly, it is thrown up high into the sky without warning, and the mushroom monster's scream fills the air. The Piggy monster turns and runs back in the direction of the mushroom monster's screams to save her. Without the fear of the shaking earth or the debris flying around, she runs bravely to the mushroom monster that is falling back to the ground, and the mushroom monster safely lands on her back, unhurt. After making sure that everything is okay with the mushroom monster, the Piggy monster turns back to head for the entrance of the cave. A troubling sound begins to come out of nowhere, but the Piggy monster did not wait. Instead, it continued to move towards the entrance of the cave as the earth rumbles aggressively. They safely made it out of the cave. Outside, the Piggy monster and the mushroom monster met with piles of crushed rocks and fumes everywhere. After clearing out space for them to pass through, they saw some wild boar monsters waiting at the mouth of the cave for them. Still, on the Piggy monster's back, the mushroom monster looks around and sees them. She asks the Piggy monster if the wild boar monsters are her friends and immediately starts to read their identities. Some were over level 35 and can be aggressive when facing a weaker opponent. The Piggy monster begins to drift away from them. The mushroom monster is very grateful that the piggy monster risked everything to save her. She remembers how the piggy monster rescued her in the cave, and now it's bringing her to live with her. The mushroom monster begins to think that the piggy monster has no ill intentions towards her, but is rather out to protect her. Leaving the mushroom monster to itself, the piggy monster went into the bushes to sniff and smell the leaves around. The mushroom monster called up her system to check out their present location. The piggy monster lives at Crescent Bay, east of the Tempest grasslands, several kilometers away from the starter village. Looking at the information and considering that they were 200 kilometers away from the village, the mushroom monster suddenly went into a panic as she wondered how she arrived there. The mushroom monster finally figured it out. During their escape from the chaotic cave, the mushroom monster lost consciousness, and the piggy monster used the teleportation spell to bring them to their destination. The mushroom monster was still focused on her thoughts when the piggy monster suddenly received an alert. All her senses immediately became active as she waited for what triggered the alert. Once again, heavy unrest started and everything began to crash together and shake violently. The piggy monster ran to rescue the already frightened mushroom monster, who has already cowered in fear where she is standing. Like before, the mushroom monster jumped on the back of the piggy monster, and they began to run for safety. The piggy monster is on high alert as they begin to navigate their way through the heavy danger all around the wilderness. Around them, the leaves rustled violently, and some even came off their roots. Debris fell from the broken rocks and trees, but the smart piggy monster dodged it all, because it could access the danger through its high sense of alertness. As they proceeded, they began to hear strange noises from the bushes. Just in front, a big brown frog sprang from the bushes, which startled them. The mushroom monster started to run the frog's identification details to know what they are up against. The frog is known as a bull toad, a level 11 monster common in moist and warm lands. It has a strong jumping power, which gives it an advantage over most of its prey, but it prefers to quietly wait for its prey to appear. The bull toad requires so much food, as much as its weight every day, and once it sees anything that can be swallowed, it will try to swallow it no matter how. The toad had a strong defense that made it difficult to defeat it. Still on the piggy monster's back, they both stood to the side and faced the brown bull toad as they sized each other up. The bull toad began to make intimidating noises to scare the piggy monster and the mushroom monster, but the piggy monster did not show any sign of fear, and it did not back down. Instead, it was looking around for a way to let them escape. Suddenly, the bull toad opened its mouth, and its enormous tongue sprang out. The piggy monster tried to dodge the attack, but the bull toad is strangely fast. Before the piggy monster could move away to safety, the bull toad has hijacked the mushroom monster from her back. Now at the mercy of the bull toad, the mushroom monster starts to beg and thrash violently to be let free by the bull toad and be helped by the piggy monster. The ugly situation made the piggy monster helpless as she stood to the side and watched her new companion at the mercy of the brown bull toad. It stood huffing and puffing in anger, looking for what to do to help the mushroom monster. As the brown bull toad slowly began to retract its tongue inside its mouth, the piggy monster started running to it with an angry speed. The oblivious bull toad decides to take its sweet time to savor the process of swallowing the mushroom monster. Unluckily for it, the piggy monster got to him first and attacked it from behind to reclaim the mushroom monster to her back. The mushroom monster rejoices and exclaims that once again the piggy monster saved her. Just then, a level 19 blade mantis came into view, a slime green leaf-like animal that has a reputation for training very hard. The mushroom monster assessed its strength and pleaded with the piggy monster that she should be careful because the blade mantis is scary. As they waited for the worst to happen, the blade mantis overpowered the bull toad and absorbed itself into a level 26 boulder mushroom without confronting them. Slowly they retreated away from its line of sight to avoid any confrontation, but the wilderness is filled with many dangers, and the duo wondered what it would take for them to survive each one. With the way the piggy monster and mushroom monster have had to run around to save their lives, the mushroom monster's powers were draining drastically, and in a short while she would run out of SP. Worn out from all their activities, the piggy and mushroom monster lay on the grass to rest for a while. As they lay under a tree enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the wilderness, the mushroom monster could not help but worry about their safety, so she asked the piggy monster if they were safe hanging out under the tree. The piggy monster does not give a reply to anything the mushroom monster says. Rather, it acts or requests for it to see. The piggy monster rose from the grass and sniffed around for a moment, taking a look at their surroundings and the extended plain just in front of them. The mushroom monster equally looks around and concludes that the world they live in may be dangerous, but it's very beautiful. The grass around them was fresh and bright, and the sky was clear and blue. The mushroom monster's system responds to her musings. According to its assessment, they were in the Crescent Bay area of the Tempest grasslands, and their current world is similar to her old world with natural laws and ecosystems. With the assessment, the mushroom realized that she is at the bottom of the food chain and can be easily eaten for food by higher prey, if not for the piggy monster's sense of danger and protectiveness over her. The mushroom monster resolves not to accept defeat easily because of her physical limitations. Rather, she will become strong enough to survive the current world to finish her mission and return to her previous world. After the resolve, the mushroom monster calls up her system to request more missions in order to earn more rewards. The system proffers 3 stages of difficulties in a mission for her to choose from: hard, medium, and easy in order to proceed. Because of her earlier resolve to become strong and feeling of smugness, she resolves to go for the hard mission because fortune favors the bold. For the mission, the mushroom monster is expected to defeat 1 out of 4 heavenly generals under the Tempest's grassland king. The mushroom quickly imagines her small and tiny self in a battle with a huge and mighty black giant with blazing eyes. Without a second thought, she recalls the system to retract the hard mission and give her an easy mission for starters. For the easy mission, she is to collect a certain number of red berry herbs to earn 50 experience points. Red berry herbs commonly grow in large numbers among grass patches. Eating it will recover a small amount of HP and hunger. The mushroom monster gleefully accepts the mission, referring to it as a piece of cake, and prompts the piggy monster to accompany her. In the field, the mushroom monster instructs the piggy monster to run around like her in search of it. After running around the field for a while, the mushroom monster happily came up with some of the red berry herbs. She declares the mission is too easy because it's just about collecting a few herbs, and there are several more of them around some parts of the field. Calling up the system, she checks her mission progress and sees that she is more than halfway through it. Just then, she comes to where the piggy monster is supposed to be searching for the red berry herbs, to find out that the piggy monster has been eating the herbs, which reduces her earned points for the mission. Angrily, she calls the piggy monster a stinky pig and challenges it for eating the product of her hard search, which is supposed to earn her a full mission's reward. Flaring up in anger, the mushroom monster continues to shout and charge at the piggy monster to show her who is in charge among them. As she goes for the piggy monster shoves her away and dishes out a blow to her, which sends her to the ground. From the ground, the mushroom monster begins to beg for a pardon from the piggy monster, apologizing repeatedly and begging it not to come close anymore. They both continue to go at each other, forgetting about the mission completely. In a new mission, the mushroom monster is tasked with collecting 30 pieces of a particular fruit for a reward of 70 experience points, and an additional special reward of an inventory box. At the fruit tree, the mushroom monster tries to reach the top with her small self, which looks like an impossible task considering there is no external help or any form of a ladder to help it climb the tall tree. Slowly, it began to move up the tree with its head, shaking it to fall the fruits to the piggy monster that was sitting on the ground with them. As the piggy monster gathers the falling fruits in a pile, she eats some of the fruits, as she did with the red berry herbs. After the mission, they move to the next mission, towards the sea, which requires the mushroom monster to catch 15 fish for 80 experience points. Inside the water, the piggy monster enjoys the water and plays around with it, forming bubbles around the mushroom monster, who is trying to concentrate on the mission at hand. After that, their next mission is to collect 50 ores for 100 experience points, and they proceed to gather it. The piggy monster and the mushroom monster moved from task to task, even as the sun began to go down, towards the close of the day. Soon the mushroom monster leveled up to level 9, with increased abilities in the appraisal mushroom bash, spore explosion, and even an increase in HP. Even with the promotion by 3 levels, the mushroom monster chastises the piggy monster as the cause of her slow progress, because after laboring all day, she could only make additional 3 levels. After all, as she attempts to complete a mission, the piggy monster slows her down by eating whatever she is meant to fulfill as the mission's objective. This seems unfair because after eating the proceedings from the mission, the piggy monster goes off to sleep without providing additional help. The mushroom monster decides to also rest, just like the piggy monster. The mushroom monster refuses the rest and resolves to take the chance to complete another easy mission, while the piggy monster is asleep and unable to disturb her. Meanwhile, the piggy monster dreams of food in his sleep. For the new mission, the mushroom monster is to absorb all the collected items, which include the fruits, ores, and fish, for a reward of 200 experience points, and a special reward of exclusive ability level 1. Since it's another mission that gives a special reward, the mushroom monster gladly accepts it as she thinks of it, absorbing all she has collected from her previous mission. An easy thing to do. Opening up her inventory abilities, the mushroom monster goes to work and begins to take in all the fruits and fish. Not long after, the piggy monster wakes up from her rest after sniffing a delicious scent. She begins to wiggle her tail intensely in excitement. The mushroom monster instantly rebukes the piggy monster from coming close, saying that it has already eaten too much from the beginning of the day, and that everything from that mission should belong to her. The piggy monster dejectedly goes back to sit in a corner, sulking over the mushroom monster's rejection. As she watches the mushroom monster's enjoyment, she begins to sniff, as tears sprang up from her eyes. Unbothered by the piggy monster, the mushroom monster continues to feast on her food. After eating without the piggy monster for a while, the mushroom monster began to throw some of the fruits at the piggy monster. Happily, the piggy monster stood up and started to perform a happy dance while eating the fruits that the mushroom monster was passing to her. The mushroom monster calls out to her that she is only getting some of the fruits because there are a few extra, and the piggy monster should eat slowly. If not, she will not receive any more if she should finish them in a hurry. The mushroom monster attempts to dig into the ores, and it breaks off a piece of her tooth. She wonders how she would be able to eat a rock since she is meant to absorb what she collected from the previous missions. The mushroom monster consults the system to ask how to absorb the ores, rocks. The system repeats the objective of the mission and advises her to think carefully about what the mission demands of her. She recalls that the mantis absorbed itself into the boulder mushroom. Mushrooms are capable of absorbing nutrients through their roots by sitting on the source of the nutrients, so the mushroom monster began to understand the idea. Going around the gathered supplies from the other missions, she sat on them to absorb the nutrients. To the mushroom monster, eating that way is certainly mysterious. Having completed the mission, the mushroom monster was granted the rewards and upgraded to level 10. And began to learn how to use her new ability. At the end of everything, it is already night. Looking around, the mushroom monster discovers that the piggy monster is already asleep and decides to also go to sleep. In the morning, the excited piggy monster continues where she left off the previous day, wiggling its tail and eating the remaining fruits. Meanwhile, the mushroom monster is lounging on the grass by the side. Just then, the next mission pops up from her system. For the next mission, the mushroom monster is to kill 10 monsters from the Crescent Bay area. The mushroom monster exclaims at the new mission because they were getting harder, but she has no option but to do them. So she sullenly accepts and prepares for it. Thinking of how to pass the new mission, the mushroom monster figures that since she and Piggy Monster are both level 10 monsters, they could accomplish the mission together by looking for lower level monsters to overpower around the designated area. So they should be fine. The mushroom monster prompts the piggy monster to leave the remaining fruit so that they will be on their way. Climbing the piggy monster's back, they set out for the Crescent Bay area. On their way, the mushroom monster observes that her current world is still different from an actual game, because the monsters do not just come from nowhere. As they journey through the thick bushes, she continues to look around and compare both worlds together. As soon as they entered the clear area, they spotted one target. The target happens to be a level 8 green slime, with an average power, a 25% defense power, and a 15% magic defense power. Its entire body is made of a gel-like substance. Its organs are transparent in its round-shaped body floating around it. It can survive for as long as its heart is not damaged, but when it's killed, it becomes an ordinary gel puddle used to make medicine. Using the mushroom bash, the mushroom monster prepares for an attack and goes for the green slime monster. The mushroom monster hits the green slime monster multiple times, making it cut into different parts and pieces. After fighting for a while, the mushroom monster takes a break and figures that a few more hits should kill the green slime monster. Going about the Crescent Bay area, the mushroom monster, with the help of the piggy monster's alertness and skills, makes progress with the mission. The piggy monster especially fought with all its power, giving the monsters they were attacking no chance to escape or fight back, which makes the mushroom monster proud of it. They defeat 4 out of 10 monsters that should complete the challenge, and they look out for more. After looking around all day, the piggy monster and the mushroom monster could only locate and kill 4 monsters, and they had to run away each time a stronger monster came by. At that point, the mushroom monster knew that killing 10 monsters in the Crescent Bay area would not be easy. Going deeper into the bushes, they met with all sorts of insect noises. As they kept going on, it began to look like they had no definite direction. The mushroom monster asks the piggy monster where they were heading to and if they were on the right path and not lost. But once again, the piggy monster only makes some noises without any response and just keeps going. As the piggy monster led them on, she began to sniff something in the air. Suddenly, they were startled by something from the bushes, making the mushroom monster scared. She fearfully asked who it was, and the monster came into view. The source of the scare happens to be a level 18 possessed stump. Low-level evil spirits merge with the stump they reside in for many years, giving birth to the possessed stump. The possessed stump commonly lives in humid and dark places to disguise itself as a normal tree stump to lure in unsuspecting prey. Because of its residence area, the wood making up its body has become moist, making it incapable of getting burned. Its defense is at a huge 150%, with only 3% of magic defense. The tree stump spread out its roots and went up in the air as it readily waits to attack the piggy monster and the mushroom monster. Level 18 monster attacks are usually very powerful, so the piggy monster and the mushroom monster have to be extremely careful to avoid getting harmed. Due to the force it used in going up into the air, the piggy monster and the mushroom monster flew into the air without notice with sudden force. The mushroom and the piggy monster landed in separate places due to the impact. The mushroom monster became terrified and began to scream for the piggy monster's help, so that they will combine their powers to attempt to save themselves and defeat the possessed stump. In anger, the piggy monster charged in to attack the possessed tree stump. Using their combined skill, they both dove in at the same time for the possessed tree stump. The possessed stump did little to resist them. It neither tried to dodge nor run away from the impact of their blows because it is stronger than the mushroom and piggy monster combined. The mushroom monster went in first, slamming into it with her head, and the piggy monster followed. The piggy monster and the mushroom monster only went in to confront the possessed stump, thinking that they could collectively defeat it, but they miscalculated and suffered great recoil damage from their costly mistake, landing heavily on the floor from the impact of the recoil. The mushroom monster realized that she did not expect that the possessed stump would not be hurt, and as a result, they lost some of their powers. After recovering, the mushroom monster checks on the piggy monster to ensure that it is equally okay, but the piggy monster could only shake and emit smoke. The piggy monster uses a technique called the barbarous charge, and it has a chance of dazing the opponent, but if the opponent is very strong, the damage and dazing effect will rather be on the user, which is why the piggy monster is unable to be responsive. The possessed stump is unhurt and rather unfazed by what the piggy monster and the mushroom monster tried to do. Instead, it remained in its position. The mushroom monster reasons that it's a big risk to attempt to take on an opponent that is 8 levels above their level. Still resting at the spot they landed, the mushroom monster suddenly thinks of an idea that may work. Just as the possessed stump's roots start to shoot out in their direction, the mushroom monster outsmarts the possessed stump. Before its roots could reach them, the mushroom monster sent out a spore explosion. The spore explosion covers everywhere in fumes, which immediately drives the possessed stump away. As it loses interest in chasing them any further, returning to its passive state, it goes back to its previous place. Just then, the piggy monster woke up, and the mushroom monster is thankful that they were much faster and were able to send it away. The mushroom monster shouts at the piggy monster for not contributing to their escape. In response, the piggy monster licks the mushroom monster's head happily. The mushroom monster grudgingly forgives it and tells her not to bite her. The mushroom monster perceives that the piggy monster was trying to communicate that they should look for another monster to challenge, since they could not beat the possessed tree stump. The mushroom monster advises it to be patient and to have faith in her grandmaster plan. Just then, some creatures begin to float over, and the mushroom monster moved from side to side because her plan was working. Soon their HP began to decrease, and as it reached a certain extent, the mushroom monster instructed the piggy monster to attack. But what they were attacking was the possessed tree stump that had returned to its passive state. Combining their skills, the piggy monster used its barbarous skill and the mushroom monster used its mushroom bash. Their experience level escalated within the fight, and they leveled up also. The piggy monster and the mushroom monster managed to jump levels and defeat a monster stronger than them. The mushroom monster excitedly thinks that if they can repeat the same strategy over and over again, they can kill all the possessed stumps they came across. As the piggy monster turns to start going, the mushroom monster calls it back. Going to the possessed tree stump, the mushroom monster sits on it to test if she can absorb it with her roots. The mushroom monster settles on the remains of the possessed tree stump to absorb its nutrients. The longer the mushroom monster stays on it, the more the possessed tree stump decomposes. Before long, the possessed tree stump was reduced to a pile, and the mushroom monster stood up with an MP increase by 50%. The system immediately upgrades the mushroom monster's ability to absorb and familiarize itself with decomposed material. As her proficiency level increases, as the mushroom monster's upgrades continued, she observes that she obtained more experience and proficiency from using decomposition to level up than when she killed a monster. However, even though using decompose is more of an advantage, the cooldown takes too long. Part of the new abilities acquired by the mushroom monster is a single cast ability which is strange to her. Calling up the system, she asks to know what the meaning is of a single cast ability. The single cast ability are combined abilities obtained from any monster decompose, which may comprise at most 2 abilities. The abilities are usually temporal, and they disappear after a single use by whoever obtains them. Some of the abilities are made to have durations and can last for up to 10 minutes if used correctly. The mushroom monster goes through the other abilities to understand their uses, and discovers that she now has the ability to camouflage. This allows the mushroom monster to turn her body into an object in the environment if she wishes to disguise it for any reason, but it takes 10 MP for each use. Also, when the mushroom monster is faced with an opponent, one of her new abilities turns her skin into hardened woodback, which greatly boosts her defenses at 0 cost. The mushroom monster is excited about all her new skills for a reason. Usually when any hero player in the game is required to kill a higher monster, who's a boss, the hero player is armed with a cheat skill to be able to accomplish the mission. The skill to decompose other monster or anything obtained from a mission is the mushroom monster's cheat skill, which gives it a great advantage. The mushroom monster starts to feel very confident in herself and her abilities and thinks of the prospect of defeating the demon god. After the devil's activities, the night was already closing in on them, and they were still in the bushes. With the bush, the piggy monster and the mushroom monster locate a tall building with the shape of a potato that has light smoke coming from it. The already tired piggy monster settles in to sleep on the floor immediately as the fire lighting up the place crackles noisily around it. Due to the day's achievement, the mushroom monster upgrades to level 15 with new abilities and increased powers, while the piggy monster is at level 14. The mushroom monster likes how she has been progressing steadily. She thinks of the task of stopping a rival's followers from reviving him at her current level, but thinks it's still impossible because she has not yet acquired the kind of strength that can do that. This displeases the mushroom monster, and she stays up thinking about it while the piggy monster is sleeping. The mushroom monster asks the system how long it will take for her to afford a change of class in the game if she continues to level up at her current rate. Sadly, the system informs her that monsters cannot undergo a class change, but they can get stronger through constant evolution. Every monster has a unique way of evolving in the special evolution pathways. They can also have special mutations, but it largely depends on their environment and any hidden conditions that might come up during the process. The highly impatient mushroom monster requests to know when her evolution can take place, but the system tells her that her evolution mission can only take place when she gets to level 20, and she will experience another one at level 40. Considering that the mushroom monster still has 5 more levels to reach her first evolution mission, she demands to know the strongest evolutionary pathway for a mushroom. The mushroom monster considers herself a pretty mushroom with a nice-looking body, so she does not want to evolve into any dumb look like the boulder mushroom that she encountered earlier with the piggy monster, which looks like an ugly tree root. The system offers to provide an evolution pathway, but each pathway will cost the mushroom monster 200 gold coins. The mushroom monster angrily accuses the system of finally showing its true colors. In response, the system offers her a free pathway because it considers itself generous. After showing her the pathway for free, the mushroom monster discovers the abilities that the boulder mushroom has, despite its ugliness. The system tells her that seeing the pathway before getting there gives her an advantage, because she can collect the requirements beforehand. The mushroom monster tells the system that she does not have any gold coins, but the system tells her that if she has the will to evolve, she can find a way to earn some gold coins for the evolution. The mushroom monster tries to bargain with the system to turn her into a human so that she can earn gold coins for the evolution. Instead, the system proposes that it can accept material things in exchange for gold. The mushroom attempts to quit the discussion and vows that no matter what the system does, she has a revolutionary goal in mind, and she will fulfill it. The system asks the mushroom what she would like to evolve into. Rising from the ground, the mushroom monster tells the system that she would like to evolve into a mushroom king. The next morning, the piggy monster and the mushroom monster encounter the blade mantis again. For their new mission, they are to hunt the blade mantis for 500 experience points. The blade mantis has an extremely high attack power, but has low health and defense. With a single critical blow, they can kill it, and it can also kill them with a single hit. The mushroom monster and the piggy monster dodged the first hit from the blade mantis. The mushroom monster quickly called up its new abilities, using the bark ability to shield her body and the mushroom bash to fight the blade mantis. The blade mantis ran over to meet the mushroom monster halfway, and the fight started. Using her protected head, the mushroom monster hit the blade mantis severally, gaining more hits on it than it can on her. Drawing back, the mushroom monster calls out the blade mantis mockingly, telling him that his attacks can no longer work on her. The blade mantis had pretended to be badly hit by the mushroom monster's attack and did not fight back. As the blade monster continues to gloat at him, he unsheathes a sharp object from his body and throws it at the mushroom monster's head. The mushroom monster's head, still covered with the tree bark, split open and her HP began to decrease immediately. After losing 75 HP, the mushroom monster began to shout that it was going to die. As she was still screaming, she draws the piggy monster close. She whispers a plan to him on what to do, to escape from the blade mantis, and leaves the fight to the piggy monster. As the mushroom monster retreats to the side, the piggy monster enters the clearing to face the blade mantis. The blade mantis watches the piggy monster as it approaches with a determined and angry look. It slowly stepped forward to meet the piggy monster, who did the same. As they both circled each other to see who will attack first, the piggy monster suddenly dashes for the blade mantis to attack it. The blade mantis quickly draws up its hands, which are serving as his weapons, to strike the piggy monster, but the piggy monster deflects the hit by dodging to the side. The blade mantis attempts to strike the piggy monster, but he dodges the blows over and over again without letting it hit. Meanwhile, when the mushroom monster retreated to the side, it did not leave the fight. The mushroom monster made the blade mantis believe that and used the piggy monster as a distraction so that she could activate her camouflage skill. As the blade mantis turned his back to the piggy monster, the mushroom monster appeared behind him in camouflage, looking like a little tree stump. The blade mantis has fast and powerful attacks to his credit, but does not have any form of awareness of his environment. The mushroom monster mocks his awareness level and refers to it as garbage. During any fight, the blade mantis focuses on only the fight and forgets its environment, which can be used to defeat it, which is why the boulder mushroom could easily ambush it. The boulder mushroom calls the blade mantis' attention with a tree branch, without waiting for him to react in any manner. Using her mushroom bash abilities, she runs to attack the blade mantis with her head. As soon as her head made an impact with the blade mantis could not recover from the hit, and his head fell to the ground with a thud. The mushroom monster's experience level grew by over 340%, while the piggy monster grew by 300. Using the mushroom bash ability requires great pressure from the body, and the body takes a while to cool off. As the mushroom cools off, she gloats that she is a pro gamer, and with the right strategy, higher level monsters will be a piece of cake. She calls up the system to order another medium level mission. For the new mission, the mushroom monster is required to visit the Mushroom Kingdom. The system warns her not to rush so that she will not run out of SP. If not, weaker monsters can harm her on the way. The mushroom monster has never heard of such a place and requests directly from the system. The system tells her that the journey is about 400 kilometers long, but if she pays 200 coins, he can tell her how to go faster. Instead of giving her coins, the mushroom monster decides to use the piggy monster for the journey. The mushroom monster and the piggy monster set out for the journey to the mushroom kingdom. Currently, they were 20 kilometers into their journey, and they stopped to rest. The mushroom monster flopped on the ground, saying that she cannot go on anymore because it's too tiring to keep walking. Her SP is already at 33 over 100 and exhaustion is setting in. The system informs the mushroom monster to rest because if they keep going in another 18 kilometers, her SP will run out. The piggy monster is equally tired because it's only his help that has gotten them that far after traveling for a whole day. The piggy monster's SP was at 12 over 100. From the ground, the mushroom monster laments that she should have known something was going to happen, with the way the mission seemed easy despite being in the medium difficulty mode. Unfortunately, a player cannot cancel a mission in progress. The only alternative to sustain the mission is to look for some other way to complete the mission. The mushroom monster asks the system if it's trying to get them to pay some more money. As she considers the option, she tries to strike a deal with the system that she may agree to pay the money if she gets a free offer to go with whatever she pays for. The system tells the mushroom monster that no hints will be given about the benefits until she provides the gold coins, which she obviously does not have. Sighing deeply, the mushroom monster wonders who decided to give her a pay-to-win system after turning her into a mushroom. Meanwhile, the mushroom monster and the piggy monster were still resting under the trees. The piggy monster is completely unresponsive due to tiredness. The system suggests that the mushroom monster should try to play around with her abilities, and maybe she will unlock something new. The mushroom monster sits up and quickly begins to think of what the system is trying to say. And how can she make that happen? As she's still contemplating what to do, an explosion occurs. The mushroom monster and the piggy monster rolled over from the impact of the explosion. The mushroom and the piggy monster frantically look around for the cause of the explosion and what was happening around them. Fumes were covered everywhere, and the dust was yet to settle, so they could not see anything. As the dust began to settle, the mushroom monster and the piggy monster came out from where they took cover to see two humans. One is completely bald with big pieces of jewelry and a big black beard, while the other is mostly obscured with his hooded garment. The mushroom monster is surprised to see a human around there and runs an identification to see who they are. The hooded male is a level 28 mage. The mushroom monster recognizes him as the mage from the starter village and wonders how he has already attained level 28, because even with the rewards she has been gaining, she has only been able to reach level 16. Still looking at him, she discovers that he has someone else with him. The bald man is level 36 mage, with eyes blazing as he rises from his bent knee to address the mushroom monster. The bald man tells the mushroom monster that he finally found her. Beads of sweat covered her entire body, and she was visibly shaking in fear. The man with the hooded garment and the bald man moved towards the mushroom and the piggy monster. The mushroom monster cowered in fear while the piggy monster stepped forward. The mushroom monster begged the piggy monster to draw back because the men were dangerous, but it fell on deaf ears. They kicked the piggy monster aside and continued walking. The hooded man wonders what such a low-level ranking monster were doing around the area. The bald man opens up a nearby field and discovers some firestorm hawk eggs, which are the final attempt required for his class change. The bald man picks up the eggs and examines them. Fearfully, the mushroom monster lets out a series of spore explosions, making the men cough. The bald man is surprised that a mushroom monster can use such a skill. The hooded man hurries him to extract the eggs so that they can go on their way because the area is dangerous. As the mushroom monster comes into view, the bald man is surprised again that the mushroom has hands and legs. The hooded man tells him that it could be a different variant. While they are still talking, the piggy monster attacks the men and lands on the remaining eggs on the merry-go-round leaves, which irritates the mushroom monster because she only wanted them to escape without drawing attention to themselves. The mushroom monster has no option but to go back and help the piggy monster out of the trouble he's gotten into. The mushroom monster used her mushroom bash ability to attack the merry-go-round vine trees, which is extremely dangerous. The merry-go-round vine trees are responsible for housing the hawk eggs, and in times of distress they can unwrap themselves from their stones and swing them as defense mechanisms. The stones continue to swing rapidly without stopping, and the mushroom monster wraps herself tightly around the center of the vine to protect herself and the piggy monster, to avoid falling away. The swinging stones made no effort to stop. Instead, they intensified, creating a ripple effect, which was fast making the situation go out of control. The piggy monster tightly holds onto the center of the vine with the remaining hawk eggs, while the mushroom monster crawls to the side of the leaves to check what was happening. Meanwhile, the bald man is on the ground, at the center of the chaos, casting his magic with his staff held away from his body. The man with the hooded garment made several magic shields, which makes him into multiple characters, with his legs hanging in the air instead of touching the ground. The wind continues to blow violently, with everything in the environment scattering about everywhere. Every living thing around the environment frantically searches for cover against the mighty wind blowing from the swinging stones under the merry-go-round trees. Finally, everything settles down and goes back to normal. The bald man and the hooded man become angry at the mushroom monster and the piggy monster for the havoc they've wreaked. The bald man and the hooded man begin to chant their magic, but the mushroom monster could not make any form of comeback because she knows they were at fault. As the duo continued their chant, the bald man suddenly stopped. They had used 1,000 gold coins to hire a group of mercenaries, and he wonders what their use was since they could not help them hold back the attack they just had. As they were still conversing, the sky began to change and gather around in one place. The bald man and the hooded man turned to see what the changing weather was about, and saw a gold-colored bird descending towards them. The bird-like creature crashed into the ground, and a loud explosion rocked everywhere. Immediately, the bald man and the hooded man created a frost wall barricade to shield themselves as fumes covered everywhere, like when the mushroom monster made the spore explosions. The gold-colored bird turned out to be a lovely 47 Firestorm Hawk. The mushroom monster is unable to perform any form of appraisal or identification on the Firestorm Hawk, because her level is too low. Suddenly, the hooded man calls out to the bald man to cover him, because he has already used too much of his mana to protect them against the swinging merry-go-round vines, and now he needs to drink some mana potion. The bald man shouted back that he's not doing any better because he has been holding up the frost wall for a while, and his mana is running dry. Therefore, he might not be able to hold off the next attack. Earlier, the man had combined their powers to build the frost wall in order to protect themselves against the attack. The hooded man tells the bald man to use the bottle of high-grade potion they had gotten from a mage alliance to attack. While the hooded man continues to cast his magic from the air, the bald man guards the hawk egg that they had collected and uses his staff to cast his mana. The sky continued to turn white and black, and the wind grew more violent. Suddenly, the hooded man crashed to the ground with a loud thud as the Firestorm Hawk came down from the sky and bit into his hand, which began to bleed instantly. 3 potions appear in the air. The man drinks one of them as the bird rises in the air to attack him, and the man says that the bird was going to kill him anyway, so he might as well kill the bird egg that was with him. This makes the bird stop on his tracks and stop the attack while the force which the bird had been using to attack the man tears the man's clothes and makes him vomit. He then looks up and smirks, saying he had heard that the high-intelligence monsters like the bird had emotions, so he guesses that was true. He tells him that if he doesn't want him to break the egg into pieces, the bird had better be obedient. This makes the bird cackle angrily, and the man raised his staff into the air, creating a thunderbolt that hit the bird to the ground and made it paralyzed. The man approached it, the Firestorm Hawk telling it all his problems, like how he was changing, but wasn't gaining any respect because he hadn't had his second class change yet. He also said that the age requirements were a lot, as he was old and the guild didn't want him. His eyes then reddened, saying he would get his revenge now and would be able to have his second class change while also killing a high-ranking monster. The Firehawk watched him while the lightning still crackled through its body. The man then raised his leg on the bird, saying that no one knew how much he had been through, that who cared if the younger ones had talent, they were all dead anyways, and the high-ranking monster was being stepped on by him. He steps back and says it was satisfying. He brings out a poison to finish the bird completely, and he breaks it to the ground, creating icicle spears of the poison, which he sends into the bird's body. It crackles painfully, releasing blood, and the man raises up his staff, saying he would kill him once more if he wasn't able to do it with a second-tier staff. The ruby on the staff shines, and he proceeds to attack the bird when the mushroom who had been watching on the side attacks him, sending him to the ground and allowing him to release the egg. He catches it safely in time, and the bird is able to attack the man without any repercussions. It attacks the man with full force, and the man is dropped on the side with a weak body, wondering what had just happened. He needed to escape. So he brought out a recall scroll that would take him to anywhere, he said, as long as he infused it with magic. But before he is able to do that, the firestorm hawk attacks him with fire, and the mushroom watched on the side with the egg still on him. After the man had been defeated, the air clears and the bird stands out over the mushroom watching the egg, with a stare when the egg suddenly started to crack open, releasing a small bird that hopped to the ground. The bird looks here and there and goes to the mushroom, which he hugs, making the mushroom state that it is hot. The firehawk looked at the chick with teary eyes, trying to approach it, but the chick kicked the mother back, making the mother and the mushroom surprised. The mushroom asked why the chick had done that to the mother, but instead it rubs its cheek against the mushroom, making it sweat. Then they had a chirp approach them, making them turn, only to see the piggy with 2 chicks on his back. The firehawk's eyes immediately watered with tears and motherly love and wanted to meet the children, but the 2 chicks gave her a punch, making her bleed. The 3 chicks then went to rub themselves against the piggy and the mushroom, while the mother went to a corner to cry, and the mushroom noticed her. He then called Piggy and told them to follow him, immediately stopping in front of the hawk. The sudden stop made the rest of the chicks and Piggy behind his back to hit themselves, and the mother hawk stared down with fiery eyes. Before he could attack the mushroom, though, the 3 chicks came forward to the front of the mushroom and stared down at the mother, making her move back with softened eyes, and the mushroom went round with them again to the front. He tells them that they shouldn't do that, and he has an idea on how to explain things to them. He makes a demonstration with his body and a stone and breaks it, immediately passing a message to the chicks, and he tells them that this is their mother who risked her life for them, that a lot of them should go and hug their mother. They go to hug her, and she hugs them with motherly love and tears while the mushroom and Piggy watch. He tells the piggy that the mother hawk would be grateful to them now and would take them to the mushroom kingdom, but the mother hawk hears from where she stood and gives them a glare, making the mushroom skeptical. He asks the piggy again if she would be thankful. The mother hawk leaves them, proceeding to leave, but the mushroom picks up some courage and says to her that they had helped her, so she should take them to the mushroom kingdom. But she stares them down. Her eyes darkened, making the mushroom surprised, and she asked him how dare he, a low-ranking monster, ask to order her around. The offspring are looking at the whole exchange, but they don't interfere. The mushroom is, however, too surprised to answer, and he realizes that the hawk can talk and that the hawk is actually a male. The mushroom is surprised, and the bird approaches him angrily, stating how he dared ask something of him when he was just a low-ranking monster, and mushroom is afraid. The bird is about to attack when the poison from before suddenly takes hold of his body, and he is weak. He falls to the ground, and his chicks are scared of him, chirping profusely. The mushrooms and Piggy are seen running somewhere too. It is late at night, and the bird is sleeping among the trees. He opens his eyes slowly, and the first thing he sees is his chicks burning, making him indignant, but they are just sleeping. He realizes this when the chicks wake up, and his eyes soften to a warm look. He tries to stand up, but is too weak. Piggy is also sleeping in a corner and is oblivious to the hawk's awakening. However, but the mushroom is nowhere to be found. As he tries to stand up again, he's unable to do so, and he lays back on the ground exhausted. That's when he sees a mushroom putting a vial on the ground in a bag. He calls it to the mushroom. The mushroom looks at him, realizing that he's awake, and goes to him with the vial before pouring it into his mouth. Despite the hawk's wariness, he is bitter that he was not able to resist a low-ranking monster, and he was not able to shake off the poison despite leveling up too. The mushroom tells him not to thrash around too much, as it would take the antidote some time to circulate, and the hawk asks him why he had saved him. He says no one would be able to take care of the chicks, and also that he needed him to take them to the mushroom kingdom. The hawk looks at Piggy and asks if it was just the 2 of them. He states that there were a lot of strong monsters on the way, and that even if they were able to get to the mushroom kingdom, the mushroom would be fine, but the piggy... The mushroom asks what would happen, and the hawk asks him if he really didn't know, since the Mushroom King was pretty popular. He tells him that the Mushroom King would not allow any other person to enter the Mushroom Kingdom, and even if they got into the range of the kingdom, they would be attacked, human or monster. This made the mushroom realize why the hawk had been angry earlier when he asked him to take them to the Mushroom Kingdom. The Firehawk suddenly looks at the mushroom fiercely, and the mushroom is agitated. He asks what the hawk was doing, and the hawk says he was a highly intelligent monster, even if he was low-ranking. This makes the mushroom more agitated, and he steps backwards slowly. The hawk also moves with him, telling him that a low-ranking monster like him with a high intelligence would be perfect for his kids to eat. The mushroom is scared at this point, and the hawk suddenly bursts out laughing. He says he was just playing with him, and he wasn't those humans who plundered anything for their desires. The mushroom tells him, though the monsters and humans were in coexistence before, so why weren't they like that anymore? The hawk tells him that the humans had sold his children back then, and even though he hadn't cared that they sold the eggs, the humans had always stolen the eggs to break them before they hatched. The mushroom is sorry for him and agrees that humans do plunder things for their interests, making the hawk angry at the thought. The chicks chirped at the sound he made, making him soften, and he watched them. The hawk states that his eggs had been stolen before, and that it was the mushroom that had saved his eggs this time, so he was grateful. He tells him that he will take them to the Mushroom Kingdom tomorrow, so they should rest up. The mushroom takes a minute to understand, and he is surprised. He asks him if he will really take them, and he says yes, he will, but that he should shut up if he doesn't want him to change his mind. The mushroom shuts up and is excited, standing up to go and do something. And he says he wants to do some experiments before they go. He takes a bottle of something and pours it into a mixture, mixing it later, and the Firehawk wondered what he was doing. He picks up a slime and adds it to the mixture again before climbing up a stone he had placed at the edge to get to the mouth. The mixture is hot and he shakes his bottom plenty of times before putting his bottom on the edge of the mixture, which makes him sweat. He stayed there for some minutes, the whole experiment making him vomit into a bottle, and the Firehawk became alarmed at what he was doing. The mushroom tells him that since they will be bothering him tomorrow, that he should take the stamina potion, which was what he vomited to help the hawk recover. The hawk is amazed and becomes more angry, which makes the mushroom wonder what was wrong. The next day they are seen flying in the air with the hawk, carrying them in 2 hands. The mushroom tells the piggy to do as he says when they get there, and he agrees. The hawk, however, tells them that they are close to the kingdom and that they should prepare for descent, which they do while flying through the air. They get to the kingdom, staring down at it, and the mushroom is surprised, more like amazed actually, as well as the piggy too. But something soon starts attacking them, and the piggy and mushroom are alarmed. The Firehawk tells them that they are being attacked and have to hold tight, and they do so. The Firehawk uses its magic, fire breath, to defend them from the attacks, and the fire dissipates. Mushroom then asks who was attacking them, and he said it was the mushroom's kind. On the ground there are groups of mushrooms with mushroom magicians, and the magicians are turning to the mushrooms into bomb shrooms, which are a type of weapon. They are a cannon shroom too. There are also cannon shrooms, and they put the bomb shrooms into their cannons and proceed to fire them into the air. The cannon shrooms have mucus dripping down their noses, and they blow that out, sending the bomb shrooms into the air to the bird and monsters in the arms. The bird tries to dodge them and is successful until the bomb shroom makes a sudden turn and spore explosion. More and more spore explosions take place in the bomb shrooms, and Firehawk tries to avoid them. He creates a firewall around them to stop the bombs from getting to them, and one bomb shot is seen self-destructing. The hawk goes past all the attacks and firewall to the inner layer of the kingdom, and he tells them that they are past the outer layer. He, however, becomes alarmed as he carries them down to the Mushroom Kingdom and brings them forward. The mushroom is surprised. He asks if they had reached there, but the Firehawk told them no, that he would be able to carry them past this, as he wouldn't be able to make it out if he did so, and he wondered who owned the strong magic surrounding the kingdom. The piggy and mushroom are dropped and both of them scream. As they fly through the air, their bodies hit a magic rainbow around the place and they slid to the ground, both of them afraid, and they stayed silent for a minute. The piggy is suddenly happy and the mushroom thanks God that they hadn't died on their way down. The mushroom then notices that a boulder beside them is moving, and it turns around with the 2 boulders to face them, making the mushroom realize they were boulder shrooms. The mushroom is alarmed. The boulder shrooms shout and scream as they stand, and the piggy shouts back at them, trying to show that he was not afraid. But the mushroom realized that they were trying to attack the piggy, and he knocks him on the ground, saying he needed to run. They run through the fields trying to outdo the boulders, but they keep meeting up with them and increasing. The mushrooms directed the piggy to run this way and that way as they ran, but they end up being surrounded by the boulders. The boulders attack them, closing them in. And the mushroom suddenly has an idea. He made a spore explosion that surprised the boulders and started doing something in the smoke. He's seen grabbing some slime and putting it on the piggy's body. Then he grabs some mushrooms and he does things under the smoke. After that, he makes an appearance on the boulders and they start gritting their teeth again, but are stopped by mushrooms. He tells them that there had been a misunderstanding and that Piggy was just another species of their type. Then Piggy appears from the smoke and he has mushrooms attached to his body and nose. The boulders are surprised and the mushroom tells them that she's just shedding when a mushroom falls off its body. They say that they are on their way now and they run away. This time the boulders did not follow them. The both of them give a sigh of relief and Mushroom is grateful that the boulders were dumb enough not to recognize this. They then hear a voice telling them that the mushroom was an interesting fella, and they see a mushroom uncle looking down at them from a place. He asks the mushroom if he is a monster being controlled by a human, and the mushroom wonders who he was and if he can be trusted. The man is sitting on one of the steps of a tall mushroom, and the mushroom stares at him, including Piggy. He tries to do an appraisal of him, but is unable to, and the mushroom uncle notices this. He says he was right about him being a pet controlled by humans, and Mushroom tries to deny that. But before he can talk further, the mushroom throws his cap at them, using the opportunity to go behind their cap. And he catches his cap while bringing out his sword too. Mushroom and Piggy are surprised. The man tells them that as long as he was there, no threat to the kingdom would get past him, and Mushroom realized he was a cage, one of the 4 generals of the Mushroom Kingdom. He tries to tell him that he doesn't have any bad intentions. But before he is able to say anything further, the sword of the general came clashing down and his body was divided in 2. Piggy is shocked, and a mushroom attached to one of his nose falls off, breaking into 4. He approaches the mushroom, trying to wake him, but he's unable to do so, and he charges at the general, annoyed. The general uses the bottom of his sword to hit him, and he falls dazed on the ground. He tried to use the sword to kill Piggy, but a mushroom trumpet blew at that moment, making him turn, and he saw that the boulder shrooms approach where they were. They fled as they went somewhere, and the general joined them. Piggy was, however, on the ground, unable to move. That's when the mushroom's body merges together, making him alive again. He's surprised when he sees himself alive, and he wonders if he has any revived coins left. He sees Piggy on the ground and is alarmed. He tries to wake him up, but he's not able to, and he starts trembling. He was afraid that Piggy was dead, and the unresponsiveness was making Mushroom scared. He then made a spore explosion and started crying, saying that it was his fault and that he had brought them there. He claims that he shouldn't have done that, and he keeps on crying. Suddenly, Piggy breathed out and he opened his eyes. Mushroom was glad that he was alive and told him that he had thought he had died back there. Piggy was also happy to see Mushroom alive, and he licked him happily. They then proceed to go into the kingdom when a sound sounded around them. Piggy noticed the sound to be something, but the sound, however, made the mushroom hypnotized, and he proceeded to move somewhere when Piggy drags him back, making some sounds. He comes back to his senses and realizes that his head was hurt and disoriented, and he becomes hypnotized again. This makes him run to a place without Piggy being able to stop him this time. In another part of the kingdom, a fight is taking place and an army of mushrooms face an army of men. They attack themselves as they fight and the humans exclaim, "Kill them! Attack them!" while the mushrooms make their own sounds too. One of the human Kugas, who was a shield warrior, uses his shield to block a mushroom attack and kills them. He then whooshes past and another fighter chases him and tells him to watch their backs. He proceeds to kill another mushroom that is being chased, and he doesn't see the mushroom that is behind him until an arrow flies past him to hit it. The archer Prima is shown, and she tells him to watch his side too. But since he had her, he could worry less. He tells her that it is not the time to show off, and at that moment more mushrooms attack. They realize they are trying to use the swarm tactic, but before they can react, the mushrooms are frozen in the air. And in comes Taha and the Ice Mage. He tells them that it was the Vice President's order to assist them in the war, and they agree. That's when some mecha shrooms attack. He creates a frozen wall above himself to protect himself, but is unable to prevent the attack of the mecha shroom. This leaves him injured on the ground. He calls for his brother to help him, and his brother appears, throwing a flaming spear at the mecha shrooms. He then tells his brother that he will like to take him to the city, but the archer tells him that he would be punished if he leaves the battlefield by the guild. He says he doesn't care if he was punished, that he couldn't leave his brother to die, and that it was because of his respect for the poison and fire mages that he had agreed to this. But now that they were just using them as cannonballs, he wasn't sure. The team leader appears, blocking a mushroom attack on them, and tells them to focus as it was not the time to fight. He then asks the chase to help him, and he rushes forward using a critical piercing technique to kill a mecha shroom. This leaves it dead, and he says he does not agree with what Senior Waga was saying, which was to leave the battlefield so as not to become stepping stones for the higher-ups. He says that they had come this far. Since this was the method by which the Gulf chooses its members, it would be foolish to go back now. Their job was to subjugate the Mushroom King, and he was going to do that. The team leader agreed with him, saying that he would support them since he was still old, but that they were young and had their whole lives in front of them. They proceeded to go forward again when a mushroom trumpet sounds again, making the mushrooms heal, repairing themselves and reviving. This made the whole lot afraid, and they realized that the mushrooms they had killed were all reviving again. The team leader tells them not to panic, and they should regroup. But a muscle shroom appears, punching him to the ground, and the chase is alarmed. The Senior Waga turns to fire, saying he is going to burn them all, and he attacks them with a fireball. But before it could touch them, a magician appeared and did a spell protecting them, which made Senior Waga alarmed. That had been his strongest technique, and it had been so easily blocked. A cannon then shot a bomb out of its opening, attacking them. A bomb hits Senior Waga as he is still standing to the side, and his comrades shout in worry, looking at him. The cannon shrooms which had attacked him gathered to the side as they crawled, and their comrades shouted, saying that they should attack them. The comrade, however, also tells them to be careful, as there are cannon shrooms all about. However, in the air is the flying boat of the Eye of the Firebane Guild, and inside are some high-ranking members. Seth, the sword general, asks Lilith, a beatmaster, if she is done yet, and she tells him not to rush her, as it's not easy to control a monster at that much distance, and still trying to avoid the Mushroom King's control. Jonin, another Eye of the Firebane Guild member who was standing to the side, also tells her to be fast as their comrades were down there fighting with their lives. He tells her that even though they were trying to cause a distraction, they should still not suffer unnecessary casualties. He then turns to the priest, Marianne, who was there to ask her if she was okay with the members dying like that. And the master gunslinger, Borgia, cautions him, saying that it wasn't easy to find a rare resource like a high priest's power, so it shouldn't be wasted on low-level enemies. The Jonin Nia argues then that they should go fight with them, but the master gunslinger Borgia argues that the Eyes of the Firebane were interested in results, and that the values of his third-rate guild weren't useful there. He says that they could only fight with an order or else they would just have to wait and watch, and he asks for confirmation from the voice leader who is sitting hidden. The place where he sits is black, and the man was probably dressed in black, watching the whole thing. The scene shifts back to the mushrooms on the ground, and the needle mushroom is giving out weapons to his fellow mushrooms from his head. They gave them mushrooms, and when they were finished, he grew another one. Then they went back to attack. The king, on the other hand, was standing watching over the fight, and he noticed an assassin, Mongu, who came close by. He has an evil smile on his face, and he jumps at the king, destroying his secret treasure. The scene shifts back to the flying boat, and Lilith is seen to be the one controlling Mongu. She tells the vice leader that the secret treasure has been destroyed, and he tells them to go and fight. The king is surprised, on the other hand. His favorite person had broken his secret treasure, and the assassin laughed hysterically. The other assassin shrooms are seen attacking the normal shrooms, and they then jump to attack the king. But before they can go any further, the lot of them are killed by gunshots. Bo, another general, is then shown holding a smoking gun. She asks them how they dare rebel, and the king is silent. The lizard on the wall is, however, controlled, and he tries to kill the king too, but is killed by another sword. The wielder of the sword is shown, and it's another general who has seen the mushroom and Piggy. The beautiful general asks him what took him so long, and he says he has seen a mushroom being controlled by humans too. He wondered just how deep the enemy had infiltrated into their territory. The king is, however, distraught, and he picks up Mongu off the floor before absorbing him into his body. He then turns his power to full force forward, and the army are seen attacking. The mushroom and Piggy are seen again, and the Piggy is seen trying to hold the mushroom back before he regains his consciousness. He wondered what had happened to him, as he had felt like he lost control of his body. The Piggy didn't reply, and they went to the entrance of the kingdom. Seeing the bombs flying around and commotion happening, they wondered what was happening and went to take a look. The mushrooms are seen attacking the humans, and the humans are trying to defend themselves, wondering why there are so many. They ask for their health potion, but to no avail. The mushroom hits them from side to side, blows them, and even crushes them to the ground. One of the soldiers is seen giving up, and he says he doesn't want to be brave anymore, that he just wants to leave. That's when he saw a leg land in front of him, and other legs, and he realized that the higher-ups had come down finally. The general tells the priest that he should take the army out there, as he would not want to cause friendly fire, and Lilith is seen doing her makeup. The master slinger is seen humming some music, and the shadow clone, Nia, tells them that they should go now, since they have worked hard. The high priest then proceeds to do a mass teleportation, and the humans are caught in a blob of bubble going to the lightning, caused by the high priestess's staff. Then they go. The general tells them not to waste too much time in clearing the enemies, and he proceeds to fight them, swooshing his sword forward and attacking the mushrooms. The mushrooms are caught in the wrath of the sword, and the shadow clone's Nia proceeds to jump into the sky, cloning them into more bodies, and he brings out his whirlwind shuriken. This can attack plus 25, and he throws it at them, the shuriken cloning into many numbers before it attacks the mushrooms. The magician shrooms try to stop the attack with their magic, but their heads are blown off by something, and the cannon shrooms look to see the master gunslinger shooting from a distance. They try to attack him with their bombs too. Shooting at him, he laughs and says they are too slow, as they would never be able to meet up with the fastness of the trained rifle. He then brings up some bullets and puts them into the gun before shooting them in sunset sleet. The bullets hit the mushrooms and they are injured. Lilith, on the other hand, is doing her makeup and she keeps the powder. She then proceeds to open her bag and tells them it's time to eat. A sound roars from inside, and out come a huge hand went into the mushrooms and grabbed a handful of them. They are eaten, and the monster's hand burps after going back into the bag. Then the mushroom is alarmed while Piggy is sleeping, and he wonders if this is not just high-level humans killing low-level mobs. The Sword General tells them to attack the Mushroom King next, and they join their power at the same time. Hero Blade, Sunset Sleet, and Rain of Iron. The powers merge together, forming a type of arrow, and it goes to the king. But before it can get there, a figure emerges from the ground, stopping them. It's in the form of a stone, and it takes the brunt of the merging powers before he transforms into the real shape, which is a glittering mushroom. The 5 experts of the Eye of Firebane are surprised, and the Diamond Shroom grins, glittering his teeth and wearing sunglasses. The king, on the other hand, calls the 4 generals of the Mushroom Kingdom to the order, and they jump to the battlefield, Bo, Garad, Kagu. The 5 experts of the Eye of the Firebane are still watching the glittering mushroom, and the master gunslinger says it's a surprise. Nia said that he hadn't seen a rare shroom before, and that taking it back to their guild would gain them respect. The master gunslinger answers him saying he had seen one before, when he was hunting in the Kingdom of Time. He says the shape of that was one like a boulder shape, while this was one like a small mountain, which would bring them a lot of fortune. Lilith is furious and says she hates useless shrooms like that. She says they should ask the vice leader if they could burn the diamond shroom down to a crisp, and the sword general answers saying nothing would make them different from the newbies if they kept on asking the vice leader for everything. The diamond shroom, on the other hand, drops off his sunglasses and attacks them with a gemstone bedazzle. The sword general counters the attack with his sword, creating a vanguard, and the high priestess uses her goddess's favor. They fight the diamond shroom using their powers, and the gemstones he bedazzles touch a rock on the ground, which immediately turns into diamonds. This makes the master gunslinger surprised, and he says they're going to be effing rich as the diamond shroom even turns dirt into diamonds. They keep on fighting the bedazzling technique, the priestess concentrating and the sword general struggling, and they fight with their strength. The attack is continued on them with the gemstone's bedazzlement, and the sword general is holding them back with his vanguard, but only for too long. He could feel his hands icing up, and the attack stopped. The mushroom looks at them and out of his glasses before absorbing the sun and going back into the ground. The general is left with an iced up hand with his sword in it, and others are exhausted. The sword general thinks that he had been unable to hold off the attack, even with Miss Marianne's help, and he almost got them killed, but thankfully that wasn't happening. Lilith notices the hand and calls his attention. He said he had already tried different potions on it, but to no avail. That's when the high priestess Marianne kneels in front of him and spreads out her wings. Her mouth opens slightly, and she proceeds to kiss his iced-up hand, giving him an angel kiss, and he is surprised. He calls her name, but at that moment the ice snaps off, and his hand is back to normal. Nia, who was watching the whole scenario at the time, asked why Miss Marianne was in a A-level combat, and it was because she had been able to take care of the whole situation in a single moment. Seth, the sword general, is holding his sword, and he claims that he is back to normal, even stronger than before, as his hand was now back to normal, and the master slinger told him to fight if he was now normal. They had to take care of the place and still clear the loot before they left. Lilith agreed, and she told them to go subjugate the king. That's when an unexpected attack takes place on the sword general, who is able to block it just in time. He announces that the mushrooms are attacking, but none of them are able to see them. The master slinger gets an attack on his side too, and Nia proceeds to perform magic detection. He does some series of actions with his hands, and his eyes turn blue. With that, he is able to see the mushrooms that are attacking them and tells the rest that they are in front of him, charging at them. The general tells each of them to take one, and they all agree, the high priestess and Nia agreeing silently. Then the mushrooms are seen talking too. Then the leader tells them to spread out, as they must not let the intruders get to their king. Nia steps on the ground preparing to attack, and he looks around for his opponent. The opponent speaks to him from the side, saying he was there and should stop looking around. This brings into view Kagu, who was holding a sword and immediately attacks Nia. He asks them why they are always invading their territory so much. That is humans. He goes on further to say that apart from them, which was the guild, there had been 5 other groups who attacked their territory, but they had 0% survival. Nia slid to the back trying to avoid the flying sword that was Kagu's weapon, and he took a few cuts to his legs and arms looking hurt. He bursts out his own sword to attack and thanks Miss Marianne, who heals his wounds immediately. He then turns to Kagu and tells him that they had truly been stronger than they anticipated, but as long as the guild worked together, they would be defeated. Kagu, on the other hand, goes past him and tries to attack Miss Marianne when she stood, but Nia throws his sword at them trying to stop his attack, and it did stop his attack, but only for a moment as he cuts the sword into pieces. He turns back to Nia, and they continue fighting as Nia tells him to face him as he was his opponent. They kept on fighting, Kagu oblivious to the master gunslinger that was behind them, and he told him that he should face his opponent indeed and not notice him. Before he is able to pull the trigger, however, a nozzle hits his head, and a voice asks him from behind what he was trying to do. He sees Bo, a mushroom guard, behind him and tries to beg for them to talk, but she pulls the trigger. His head is blown off, and he lays on the ground unmoving. But Bo notices that something is wrong. The hole in his head was a sniper decoy, and before she could know what was going on, a sunset sleet goes at her, but she's able to dodge it before it affects her. The master gunslinger rose up from the position he had taken and said her reaction had actually been fast, as he would have been able to kill her had she not moved quickly. They started fighting with guns and bullet sounds. The bushes and rocks are echoing with the sound of the bullets, and Bo directs a bullet at the master gunslinger, aiming for him, but he dodges it at the last minute. The bullet hit a rock behind him, and the master gunslinger aimed for Bo. This time they almost meet, and Bo is surprised. The master gunslinger is also smirking, and he says that he overestimated her, or she was getting slower. She made some moves, firing some bullets as she went to stand around him. She goes to the side and beside him all of the time, firing from her 2 guns in her hand, but nothing meets him. He tells her he can see the trajectory of all her bullets, but at that moment, a bullet comes at him, almost hitting him. If not for that, he shifts to the side. He faces her angry and says that she thinks she is smart, but she calls him an idiot. telling him that his wooden firepower could never compete with her own guns. She shoots more at him from all sides, and he scoffs. She had called his gun firepower, so he would show her that it wasn't just any firepower. He changes the equipment of the gun, giving it magic, re-equips the machine, and he changes it to a 6-mouth gun machine. He tells her to get a taste of it and soon starts firing at her profusely. Seth, on the other hand, the sword general, is holding his sword, and he asks the priestess for help. She then increases his power levels and stamina, but while she was doing this, she didn't notice the mushroom at her back that was hidden and unseen. She continued. Lilith, however, noticed the mushroom from where she stood and sent the monster in her bag to attack him, stopping his mushroom magic just in time, and the mushroom dodged it. The mushroom is still unseen, but she is able to make out its silhouette, saying that he couldn't hide from her with his dirty little tricks, and he becomes visible. He said that the ace of her team was the monster in her bag, but she should try dealing with this, and he raised up his staff to hit the ground, bringing out a shroom of war from the ground. Lilith is alarmed, and she watches as the monster oozes out some things from its mouth, aiming it for her, and she tells the monster in her bag it's time to eat. The monster came out and ate all the things that were about to attack her before going into the bag. And the mushroom smirked, saying that she shouldn't just feed her monster anything. The thing he had eaten was a toxin from the shroom of war, and he wondered how she was going to deal with him now that she didn't have her monster. The monster rumbled from the bag, and he went out aiming for the monster behind the man. It then aims for the mushroom with his big fists, and the mushroom tries to block the fist with his shield, but to no avail. The impact still hit him, and he was sent to the side. This made Lilith smile, and she says that the monster had been trained with her master's poison, so the little toxin couldn't do anything for him. The sword general, on the other hand, is seen cracking his helmet and armor as he prepares to fight. His whole technique and powers were strengthened, and he wanted to use them to fight. He screams, breaking up the rest of his armor, and his body is surrounded with fire, and the sword too. The diamond shroom is back again, and the mushroom from the fight with Lilith, which is Garod, one of the 4 generals. And Seth says he was going to destroy them together. He brings out his High Lord Guru technique and uses it to attack the 2 of them. The High Lord Guru's sword was going to meet the mushroom and diamond shroom where they were standing, and Garod saw death before his eyes. He's alarmed, but before he is able to react, he sees a sword come out before him and knocks out the Guru's sword. He recognizes the person to be the Mushroom King, and he says it's an old useless man who is being protected by the king, when he should be the one protecting him. The king doesn't reply and faces the sword general, who smirks. He reaches for his sword, which was etched in the ground nearby, and the sword returns to him with energy. He faces the Mushroom King and tells him that even though he had defeated his High Lord Guru's sword, he still saw him as a mushroom that was only slightly bigger. The scene shifts to Nia, where he is fighting Kagu, and he is losing again. He slides back on the ground trying to stop his fall, and Kagu attacks him. Nia realizes that this was his 92nd round with Kagu, yet he was still losing fight by fight. He is grateful that he has missed Marianne, who is healing him, and he decides that he will keep it up until Kagu loses his stamina. Kagu, however, starts going away from him, and he shouts at him that he was his opponent, so he shouldn't dare. He might have thought he was going to miss Marianne, but before he could complete his sentence, Kagu makes a mushroom cross slash on his chest, which shows at his back, and Nia is surprised. Miss Marianne, on her side, tries to help him by changing his skin to stone, but she's unable to do so, and the blood gushes out of Nia, also affecting Miss Marianne, who coughs out blood out of her mouth. He falls to the ground, and Kagu faces him, telling him that he had told him that the chances of his surviving was 0%. The scene then shifts to the bow and the master gunslinger, who are still fighting with their guns. The master gunslinger asks her if this was enough firepower for her, as she was running away. She keeps her gun and reaches for a pole behind her back, which loads into her gun and shoots at the master gunslinger. The stuff is a fungal net, and it catches the bullets which the master slinger shoots at her. It drops the bullet, and the master gunslinger keeps shooting at it as it turns into a ball-like form. The fungal spins, and Bo is nowhere to be found again. He looks around for her and uses the opportunity to turn his gun to its original form. But at that moment, his bow comes back and is shooting at him. He is able to block the bullets, and Bo tells him that his reaction is fast. at a human speed, which makes the master gunslinger smirk, realizing what she was doing, which was using his words against him. He asks, though, how she had been able to get behind him, and she tells him that it was a basic principle of a professional shooting, that she had been slow because she reached for fungal spores and had reduced her gunpowder. The master gunslinger tells her that they are still in the middle of battle and he shouldn't be talking as he already had her in lock. But she smokes and says calmly that she had already told him to be alert and that it was him that was locked onto. He looked around, surprised. A small rectangle pops out of the ground and the master gunslinger asks if they were the one that got him locked in. They suddenly switch on something on their bodies, and their eyes release blinding lights. The master gunslinger is affected by them, and he retreats unable to see. The mushroom general Bo explains to him that some mushrooms are able to release blinding lights at birth, and he urges her to talk, as he was able to hear her. But then another mushroom appeared, as he was wondering what type of mushroom it was when it released a deafening sound. Bo explains to him again that some mushrooms are able to release blasts of deafening sound at growth. But he was hardly hearing anything at this point because he had his hand around his ears and retreating as he tried to back away from the noise. He steps on another mushroom on the ground and he tries to retreat, but he's immediately shot into the air as his body went from tall mushroom to tall mushroom, and finally he lands on the ground. The general explains to him again that some mushrooms are able to grow to instantly tall heights. As they grow and the master gunslinger is able to see again, he decided that if he was able to get a chance, he would blow the brain out of the bitch. But as he keeps on thinking about this, some mushrooms around him surround themselves together and start exploding. The general explains that some mushrooms are also able to read the minds of life forms around them. If it was bad, they would explode, and explode they do as the master gunslinger went from one explosion side to the other. Finally, he sees a chance and decides that he should be calm, as this could be his only chance, but he's unable to stay calm as he felt insulted. That low-level monsters had humiliated him that much. As he picked up his gun to shoot the general, something stuck to his foot and held him in, and that's how other parts of his body were held in too, dragging him to the ground. This was a sticky mushroom, and he was able to shoot the gun. Bo approached him where he laid and said that they had different types of mushrooms, which should not be underestimated. With that, she shoots him in the head, and the fight is over. Mushroom, who was still watching from the side, is amazed, and he wonders if he would be that powerful when he evolved. He realizes that all the mushrooms were powerful, except that they were still under the Mushroom King. And if they were still under the Mushroom King, that means the Mushroom King was the most powerful, and the Sword General is seen facing him. Mushroom, however, noticed that another figure was approaching the duo, all in black and walking mysteriously, and Mushroom tries to confirm from Piggy if he was the only one seeing the figure. Did you enjoy this recap? If you did, kindly like this video and subscribe to our channel so we can bring you the recap of the next chapters. Until next time, do take care and stay safe.